In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning and welcome. Look at that, my voice is back. I think, for the most part, well, más o menos, as they say. I think it's pretty much back. No cigars this weekend. Somebody did, a fan did send me a message and said, you know, if you cool it on those cigars, you might not lose that voice of yours. I think the scream karaoke sessions in the car with my oldest might have something to do with it also. And doing, 7 shows a week last week? You know, every once in a while in the summertime, you know, with business being as well off as it is, and thank goodness business is doing better, I've been able to, you know, take a day off here and there, which has been really nice. We've been averaging about one a week, but I do anticipate us getting back to a full schedule this week. Those Wednesday nights when Matt's not here, it's kind of easy to just go, I'm going to take one off. But, you know, I'm going to give you at least 24 hours notice. I've decided on that also, that we're not just going to, you know, day of go, you know what? It's really nice out. I'm going to sit outside and do jack shit and take tonight off. Because that's the other thing. Like, sometimes when I take these Wednesday nights off, I'll just kind of fuck off, which I guess there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. But, you know, at least, you know, if you're going to tell the fans, you know, find something else to do on Wednesday night, I should do something. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I just sit around, watch The Last Dance for the 50th time. I got to find some new shit to watch, man. I rewatched Tires all over again, although that takes they're 25-minute episodes, so it takes 2.5 hours to rewatch Tires. Not that tough. But I got to watch some new stuff. I did watch, and I know I'm years behind on this, but I did watch that Anna Delvey, that Inventing Anna. I love that shit. Oh, man. I don't know if that's supposed to be some white girl stuff, but I love me some Anna Delvey. Why do you look so poor? I love it. It's called Inventing Anna. I'm apparently, by the way, we're trying to think of a new name for Slam Piece. Somebody said March because she came before April. I thought that one was funny, but I don't want to tie her to that, you know? I don't want to tie her to a legacy of, you know, something that was really fucking great, but sure did have its flare-ups of fucking psychological abuse and fucking manipulation and drug addiction and swinging and all kinds of horse shit. I'd rather not tie her to that legacy. So whoever thought of that name, it was great. Good job. But we're going to keep looking for a better one. She told me about the Anna Delvey thing. I'm like, I have no idea who this bitch is. And she's like, are you kidding? This was like the biggest fucking story for like all of like 2020, 2019, whatever it was, like 4 or 5 years ago. Like Anna Delvey was the shit. And like 2 years ago, they made this miniseries about her. And apparently when this miniseries came out, it was like peak Anna Delvey 2 years ago. I had no fucking clue about this chick. I start watching this and I'm like, holy shit. This person is real. She was like what the Tinder swindler was for a lot of people, which, by the way, I fully endorse what the Tinder swindler did. I think he's a great guy. I think he did a lot. I think he contributed a lot to society. I think the number one thing he proved is that, like, stop with this bad bitch shit. Stop with this I'm a bad bitch. You don't see every time some CEO guy, does a merger. He fucking, yeah, I'm a bad motherfucker. Yeah, people said I couldn't do shit, and I'm doing shit. It's obnoxious. Yeah, I'm a bad bitch, but you're not. There are a few of them. There have been a few. Joan of Arc comes to mind. Joan of Arc was a bad bitch. No, you're not a bad bitch. Do you have a job? Congratulations. Do you have a career? I think that's great. But that a bad bitch that does not make. So what this Tinder swindler guy did was he took these independent bad bitches and he just fucking looted them. And these fucking dummies did it because they're like, oh, me being a bad bitch has made me completely insufferable in a relationship, so I can't find a dude. So if I can't find a dude and all my relationships go to shit, this guy says he thinks I'm pretty. And by the way, Miss Bad Bitch, Miss Independent, because he took you up on a private jet, because he brought you to all kinds of first-class fancy places, because of all that shit, that's why you went with him. Not because you thought he was the best-looking guy, not because if he was a mechanic, you would have given him a second look, but because he bought you expensive dinners, expensive trips. Now, little did you know you were paying for it the whole time, which I think, perfect. But you loved him, so it should be fine, right? He's a good guy. I loved that. As soon as they found out the money wasn't real, oh, I feel so cheated. I got tricked. I got fooled. How was I supposed to know? You know who would have known? A bad bitch. A bad independent woman would have known. There's no free lunch. Joan of Arc would have eviscerated that man. That Tinder swindler wouldn't have stood a chance against Joan of Arc. But there are very few Joan of Arcs. And a lot of Dianes from Cheers. That's the problem. We've got a great show today. I'm very excited. So I watched the Anna Delvey thing. I thought it was great. Look, check it out. It's called Inventing Anna. I know I'm behind, but I'm getting old. I'm 37. So that's kind of wasn't that the age your parents like fell behind on shit? Like, yeah, I've been saying bussin' for a year, but I really do it to embarrass my kids. I'm that age. I say shit. I say modern lingo to embarrass my children. That's where I'm at. I now say skibbity. I have no idea what the fuck it means. My kids walk around going, that's so skibbity. And I'm like, yeah, skibbity, skibbity, skiroo. And they're like, yeah, Dad's saying skibbity. And I'm like, for all I know, I'm saying Heil Hitler, for Christ's sake. I have no idea what the fuck skibbity means. But I say it, and they seem to like it. And ladies and gentlemen, that explains the last 10 years of my career. I say some shit. They seem to like it. Fuck it. Keep saying it. Welcome to the show. Johnny will be here. He said he did text me before the show. Said he's running a little bit late. He'll be here around 6:15. We do have a lot to talk about until then. Obviously, today is going to be heavy on the Trump stuff, heavy on the assassination stuff. That was just a fucking wild day, man. So it was going to be incredibly hot, and then later in the night, super stormy where we live. And the kids didn't want to, the kids were like, well, Dad, it's going to be a little hot, and the neighbors, all their friends were going to be gone for the weekend. I'm like, all right, you kids want to go to like a water park? hotel thing, and obviously they're kids, so they're like, fuck yeah. They didn't say fuck yeah, but they said yeah. And so we went, and they ended up like in the arcade all day. And they ended up in the arcade all day committing what I think is petty larceny. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty, you could throw the cuffs on my kids after what I found out. Their stepmom had a little more of an impact on them than I thought. But they were playing, arcade games. We used to get tickets. You put your tokens in, you play the game, you get tickets out. You redeem those tickets for prizes. Well, they don't do that anymore. Now they just have cards. You have cards, you swipe them, you get tickets on them. Well, the kids racked up about 6,000 points. It turns out now they have prize boxes. So they just have this giant rectangular machine that has all kinds of different prizes for all kinds of different point values. They have completely cut out the human element of arcades. So the kids go up to redeem their tickets, and they find out that this machine has a glitch. Like, it's fucked up. It's not working right. As long as you have enough tickets to buy the item, you can get the item. The machine was not deducting it from your total tickets. So I'm upstairs watching this Trump coverage. Like, we're poolside. And I shouldn't say upstairs. I'm in the room watching this Trump shit. I got a line of sight on the kids from here, watching the Trump shit from here. Wild day. And all of a sudden, the kids come to the room, and they've all just got armfuls of shit. Like, one of them's got a remote control toy car, a brand new football. And I'm like, guys, this is pushing like, you got in prizes more than what I gave you to play the arcade. And they explained to me, my daughter's got she's got a giant knockoff Stanley Cup. Not like the hockey one, like the thermos thing. She's just carrying around one of those. My son's got a fucking brand new football. He's got a remote control car. He's got all this shit. And they've got candy and snacks coming out the ass. And I just asked him, I go, guys, how did you get all of these prizes? They go, well, Dad, it's great. You see, the machine lets you take whatever you want, and then it doesn't subtract from your tickets. So we just kept getting stuff. And then they go, and then some other kids came by and we got them some stuff too. I'm like, guys, stop. You have to stop right now. You have to stop. That's stealing. You guys are stealing from the arcade machine. They didn't understand why it was stealing until I explained it to them. I'm like, guys, there's clearly a glitch. It's out of order. What you should go do is tell somebody. And they're like, all right, we'll go tell somebody. I'm like, not now. Do you want to keep your fucking prizes or not? I'm like Denzel in Training Day after they shot Roger. I'm like, let me quarterback this thing. Oh, Christ. So I'm watching all the Trump stuff. They're raiding the prize closet. And I'm just sitting there going, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, this has never happened before. Not the broken arcade system thing, but the Trump deal. I'm sitting here, I'm going, this has never happened in my lifetime. I know it's happened before, like Wallace got shot, Reagan, Ford, Kennedy, obvious. Kennedy! They all got shot, but never in my lifetime. I was born in late, like the last week of 86, so basically 87. And I don't think any candidate has ever been shot at. And Trump, they got him in the ear. Now, I keep saying that a bullet got him in the ear. He got shot in the fucking ear. Are we square? And people are telling me, no. One guy told me, he goes, it was a piece of glass, dumbass, not a bullet. I'm like, well, either way, he got shot in the ear. I mean, if the bullet tears through glass and rips into his ear, he got shot in the ear. I mean, let's not split hairs here. But that photo of him fist pumping with the fucking blood trickling down his face, when I saw that, I was like, do we even have to have an election? Like, that's it. That's it. Do you know how racist liberals are, by the way? We have this article. We'll talk about it later. There's like a bunch of lefties who are now saying, oh, now we're really concerned that Trump's going to do better in the black vote. We're worried that black voters are going to now start voting for him after he pumped his fist after he got shot. It's like, really? Is that what liberals think black people think about? They don't think about the economy. They don't think about jobs. They just think about, yo, this motherfucker got shot. And he done fist pumping and shit. That's my boy. Like, could you guys, for a group that caters to a particular race of people, they really do shit on the intelligence of that group of people a lot. I think the only way to show them that they're stupid is that you vote for somebody else. You go the other way. Yeah. So somebody was like, no, it was glass, not a bullet. I'm like, oh, I fucking watched it 500 more times because that person said that. As a bullet. There was a fat guy sitting next to Trump, and he goes, it was a bullet, wasn't it? And Trump went, huh? He went, that jumped up and bit you. Yeah, people are saying, no, it was the bullet. What glass? Landers says stealing from what? Dirty carny machines? That's impossible. God hates carnies. And Triple N says, LOL, in for a penny, in for a pound. I guess so. The kids just, they saw a weakness in the rap game and sowed it. They just they saw an opportunity and they dove straight in for it. That's good for them, I guess. That's the audience so far. The audience so far is saying good for the kids. Fuck them carnies. Do what you got to do. All right, fair enough. Sorry, somebody sent me oh, John. Okay, that's Johnny's message that he's going to be late. Barry Woosa with $4.99. Starting us off today, by the way. Hey, the Rumble people got you like $50 ahead for today. So be sure to thank the Rumble people. Rumble Friday was a crazy success. Barry Woosa starting us out with $4.99. Says, have you heard Tom McDonald, They Missed Yet? No, but it doesn't surprise me that Tom fucking McDonald has a song out already about it. That he just cranked that out right. I mean, you can't miss the grift, can you, Tom? I'm sorry. I'm sure he's great. People seem to really like him. I don't like Tom McDonald. There's something kind of scummy and door-to-door vacuum cleaner salesman-y about him. It's just not my thing. But hey, I'm sure it's a great song. I got nothing personally against the guy. Hope the song does well. But I'm sure it's full of tropes, and I'm sure it's a wonderful song. But if you guys would like to help out the show, I guess we're already at 300. I don't know, get to 200 in the next hour and 45 minutes. Sounds good to me. 300 is the goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc. Thank you guys very, very much. Triple N says Tom McDonald's the number one grifter. Yeah. I don't have enough heat to hate the guy and be like, hey, fucking Tom McDonald. When people go, well, hey, want to listen to this Tom McDonald song? I'm like, not especially. No, thank you. Ep Didn't says, that's funny as fuck. If I was one of those kids and in the future I was asked if I remember the day Trump was almost assassinated, I'd say, hell yeah, it was one of the greatest days of my life. Yeah, right? Like my kids are going to be like, hey, do you remember when Trump almost got murdered? And they'll be like, dude, that day fucking ruled. And people will be like, wait, what? You're like, oh, yeah, that was the day that the fucking prize machine was broken at the arcade at the hotel we were staying at, and we just loaded up. God damn. Landers says those kids are our future leaders. Probably. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says anyone who convinces themselves Tom McDonald is good at rapping just because he paints himself in their beliefs should have their Social Security benefits cut. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I think Tom has some talent. I just don't like the rap music. Landers, he is Canadian. Enough said. Boy, Tom McDonald gets him talking. Q Anonymous says, I saw a meme. Toby Keith would have wrote one hell of a song about this. Yes, he would have. Rest in glory, King. We'll miss you. All right, let's, I think Johnny's here. That means I'm going to have to slide over. Nope, he's not here. Oh, I thought I heard him enter. That's what she did. All right, let's do the Frankie McDonald thing, and then we'll get to the Trump stuff with Johnny. Frankie was busy this weekend. He was sending me all kinds of videos. Somebody was asking me, when I said I had Frankie McDonald stuff for today, somebody was asking, like, is Frankie jumping ship? Is he a steel toe guy now that there's no in hot water? And I'm like, I don't know. I think Frankie just likes us. And he likes that we play his stuff. I like Frankie a lot. He's such a charming dude. He's a good guy, that Frankie McDonald. Let's go ahead and check it out. Frankie, and by the way, I'm not saying like Frankie just sends me videos. Like Frankie legit sends videos for Steel Toe. Let's check this one out. He was at, I think, Rib Fest for this one.
Hey everybody, it's Frankie McDonald. I'm at the opener perk for Sydney Rib Fest. To all the listeners of Steel Toe Podcast, it's Frankie McDonald. I'm doing great so far. Aaron, things are going great so far. To all the listeners of the Steel Toe Podcast, things are going really well so far. To all the listeners of Steel Toe Podcast, I'm at the Rib Fest right now at the Sydney Rib Fest. Here it is. Things are going really well for Frankie McDonald.
Thank you, Frankie. So Frankie was at Rib Fest in Sydney, Nova Scotia. Apparently it was Sydney Rib Fest. And then he sent us another video. This was I think this is Frankie chilling at the bar. I think Frankie was hanging out. I think this is a shot of Frankie McDonald in the nightlife in this next one. Let's see what Frankie's got for us.
Aaron Steele, how you doing?
Aaron, say hi, Aaron Steel Toe.
Hi, Aaron Steele, how you doing?
Hey, Frankie said hi, Aaron from Steel Toe, not hi, Aaron Steele. Although, why didn't I ever go with that? The Aaron Steele Show. Yeah, that's like a small town conservative right wing talk show right there. That's how you know you're getting the fucking balls. That's how you know we're going to speak truth to these libtards. You're talking to Aaron Steele on the Steel Truth. Oh, I could have done it. I could have been that guy. I could have played that character. Instead, here I am getting fucking lied about and turned on by a couple of never wases. Oh, Jesus Christ. I could have been Aaron Steele of the Steel Truth, and I could have been talking about the libs and the righties and the Trumps and the traitors and the patriots. Nope. I delved into the garbage fest that is the fucking pruning and preening and fucking posturing and clout chasing that is the internet. Oh, fuck these cancerous bums. So, all right, Frankie, I know that's your buddy, but you got to teach him that my name's not Aaron Steele. I'd appreciate it.
Aaron Steel Toe.
Oh,
Steel Toe Podcast. I'm doing great so far. Say hi, Steel Toe.
Hi, Steel Toe.
Thank you, Frankie. You see how Frankie set that guy straight? He's like, no, motherfucker. Let's start this over. Here's how he wanted to do it.
Steel Toe Podcast is another. Say hi, Aaron Steel Toe.
Hi, Aaron Steele, how you doing?
Aaron Steel Toe.
Oh, Aaron
Steel Toe Podcast. I'm doing great so far. Say hi, Steel Toe.
Hi, Steel Toe.
See, what Frankie was saying was, say hi to Aaron Steele from Steel Toe Podcast. And the guy's like, hi, Aaron Steele. And Frankie's like, listen, motherfucker, if you ever want to be in a goddamn Frankie McDonald video ever again, you fucking say Aaron from Steel Toe, or I will give you a new smile under your neck. Do you understand me? And then the guy went, oh, hi, Steel Toe. Like, this guy understood what Frankie was trying to say. He knew that Frankie only corrects you one time. And after that, you get your shit together. So, Frankie, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it. Thank you. So, Frankie had a busy day out at Rib Fest. And then after that, he decided to hit the bar with his buddy. And Frankie's, like, legit for a shoot famous in his hometown. Like, in Sydney, Nova Scotia. He's got endorsements and shit. There's an ice cream shop where it's just a big cardboard cutout of Frankie McDonald with holes in the hands where you can hold your ice cream and take pictures. Like, Frankie's a guy in Sydney, Nova Scotia. So, like, I'm sure he goes to the bar. People want to talk to Frankie. Good for him. Let's see how this one ends. Do you think he smashes a glass over this guy's head? Or he stabs him with a pen like Pesci in Casino?
Steel Toe Podcast is another podcast. Things are great so far. Aaron.
Sounds good.
Things are great so far. Say hi to Aaron. Steel Toe.
Aaron.
Frank Down.
Thank you, Frankie. I love it. I love how he always gets his sign off in there. Yeah, Frankie McDonald. God bless that man. He's a great dude. Funeral director with $2 says, so your kids looted as protest of the Trump incident. Yes, that's exactly what happened. My kids looted the Carney box because of the distraction of the Trump assassination attempt. Crafty little devils. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, sounds like Gino and Chrissy are not going to censored.tv. Well, I don't know if that's that big of a deal for Chrissy. I mean, Chrissy was doing a once-a-week show on Compound. I think she liked having the, like the Kumia connection and all that, which is great. But I don't think it was paying her rent, once a week. I mean, maybe he was a generous guy. Apparently, he paid people very, very well for what they did. But the censored deal sounds like if you brought people to censored TV, you get paid. If you don't bring people to censored, you don't get paid. As Gavin called it, you eat what you kill. And if you don't believe you can kill, then you don't sign up with censored. Now, in a theoretical world, if it's, if you're getting a 60, I think Gavin said something about 60-40, 70-30. If you're getting $6 out of every subscription, and it's a part-time thing like it is for Chrissy, and you feel like you can get 500 people to sign up, that would give you an extra $3,000 a month to work 1 day a week. It's not a bad gig if you can get it, right? That's not a bad extra income. But if you don't feel like you can bring that kind of heat, if you don't feel like you can bring that many people, then you're going to say, fuck it, this kill what you eat deal is bullshit. So it's, again, sounds like they're not going. I wish them both the best of luck. I don't want to see anybody, lose their place to live. I don't want to see anybody lose their income. I don't want to see anybody lose their job. I don't care how much they've lied about me. I don't care how much they've shit on me, turned on me, were dishonest, whatever. It's fine. Sometimes you throw your lot in with people who have problems, and, you turn on the people who actually gave a shit and didn't run away from what they did. But that doesn't mean I wish them ill. I hope that everything works out well. I mean, what? There was a guy on the internet you've seen twice in your life and you decided to start ripping the shit out of him. That doesn't mean you should fucking lose your livelihood and you should lose your place to live and shit. So I'm definitely not celebrating that. As a matter of fact, I texted Gino last week before the old fucking blades came out. I texted him last week. I said, anything you need from us, buddy. Anything you need, channels, show, whatever, we got your back. Whatever you need, let me know. I will help. I know you're busy, but I will help you with it. When he said he wasn't doing the show anymore, the night before, or the day that Keanu just went fucking ham and shoved the knife in the old back, which it's nice that I don't have to go scorched earth on these people because it looks like everybody kind of sees what they're up to. And I appreciate that. Even people who don't like me kind of see what they're up to. And I appreciate that. That's very honest of them. Even Zumach is like, this is kind of a bullshit clout move that you could have handled over the phone. And like Zumach and I don't like each other, but
yeah,
he's honest. We'll get to you, buddy. I'm catching up with these. That creeped me the fuck out here in that my ear. Also, five. I lost my train of thought now. $5 from Nick the Milkman says Tech Nine dropped an album last week with a song titled "Sniper's Remorse." It's ironic now. Oh, I hate when that shit happens to people. I hate when people release something and it's like, like if they would have released Cop Killer and then a bunch of cops got murdered and then you'd be like, oh, fuck. That's going to be a pain in the ass to deal with from a PR standpoint. Hey, get that off the screen. Don't do that. That's old. That's from when Gino was on the show. We used to put that up there. We're not doing that now. That's from back when that was an inside joke when he was on the program. All right, let's bring Johnny in. I'll move over. Oh, Jesus. How'd the test go?
Which test?
The one for you to get into MIB?
Oh,
sorry, I
we'll
can't.
See.
Sorry, I can't stop. I know.
I know.
Sound
can't
of your
stop,
voice.
Won't stop.
By the sound of your voice, you fucking hate it. Don't worry. Keanu says that when you do the show, you look like you want to blow your head off. So I'm sorry for
what?
I'm sorry for boring you all the time.
No. I always look like I want to blow my head off. That's just a life thing. Like,
yeah, no. I thought it was really nice of her to take someone who has attempted that before and then make fucking jokes about it. I think that was really classy.
Well, she probably doesn't know that. I mean, how much does she know about me?
I've mentioned it before.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, then that's less of a thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of a real.
Well, the good news is, even if she's worried that might happen, clearly track history has shown I'm not very good at it. So
yeah, it's not gonna work anyway. Gino should have taken the deal. Someone says better than no deal. I mean, I would think so.
So what's old Gene gonna do then if he's not? If he's not going with censored then?
No, I don't know what he's going to do. I mean, he doesn't have a big enough audience to make that compound money, so I don't know what he's going to do.
Cooking with Keanu. That's what he's going to do.
I mean, that ain't going to... I'm... Good luck. I mean that, and I do mean that. Like, just because they were shitty and, fucking... I was amazed in like a 24-hour period how many lies that I actually grabbed the receipts for and went, no, see, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. I mean, that's amazing. Like the one I really liked was Gino, I guess, said that, Keanu and I think that Aaron wanted to do all the swinging because he just wanted to have sex with Kayla. And I'm like, isn't that what I said at the beginning? And then you two tried to fucking gaslight me out of that. Remember when I was like, yeah, I just, I think we were... Just wanted to try something different, and I fell in love with Kayla, and Kayla fell in love with myself, and blah, blah. And they went, no, Aaron, you big, ugly vampire fuck. She didn't really love you. It was just April and Nick wanted to be together, and Kayla was supposed to just keep you busy. Like, they shit all over April's part in it and everything else when I tried to take responsibility for the fucking thing. And then they fucking gaslight me out of that position, which,
And right into wheelbarrow.
And then afterwards switch back to my original position after it's not convenient for them anymore. Oh, it was really just a gross display. And I'm glad people saw through it. JL Not Here says, Aaron Steele sounds like a gay porn star. Time to start a new career path. Yeah, Aaron Steele, I thought I think it would have been a great conservative grifter talk radio name. Aaron Steele with the Steel. Yeah, Aaron Steele with the Steel Truth. I think it would be great.
Aaron Steele, stealing America.
Oh, stealing America from liberal influence.
Or just like stealing against something. Like
that's what I meant. Like stealing America against. Yeah, I should have said against.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Stealing it from liberal influence makes it sound like when we come on, be like, all right, that's not the tone, that's not the skin tone of the people I expected to be.
Yeah. The Aaron Steele show with the Steel Truth. I think I know how that show ends. I think I know the controversy that finally ends that show.
What's the controversy that ends that show?
We'll do one of those promos. It'll be stealing the truth from the manipulation of the Jewish media. And you're like, whoa, dude, fuck, we are pro-Israel on this side.
I mean, my name's not a precious metal, but it's a metal, so it's like I'm not Jewish, but I'm Jewish.
Steel is still come on, guys. All right, let's hang in there and catch up with the chat here. Then we'll, as I said, 290 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal. Ooh, let's kick off the PayPal today. That's like unwrapping presents because I got to hit refresh for that one, so I don't ever know if there's anything in it. So that's like a fun Christmas present. If you want to throw in there, I'm all for it. 290 is the number for today. Gino should have taken the deal, better than no deal. Dr. Rondo says, imagine Gino thinking he has room to negotiate. He is awful. See, I don't think he's awful. I disagree with a lot of that, but I wish something would have worked out. I wish he would have gotten, I wish they could have come to some kind of deal because he's getting married and shit. He doesn't need this fucking headache, and they don't need that headache, and it's a rough spot. Like I Johnny, we've been in that spot before where you lose your gig and you got to start something new. Just like, thankfully we had our own established thing. And
you were, oh wait, no, you got married after that, so never mind.
No, I got married. Yeah, about God, 2021. Fuck, I married her really soon.
Yeah, dude, that
Jesus, I married her like a year in.
dude, like, and for most of us, like I understood is like, hey, if you want to lock it down, put a ring on it, you know, like that's it's a beautiful lady. I mean, you know, and I always thought that that's all it took, you know, you put a ring on it and that's like a serious commitment, but apparently one snowblower shows up and all of a sudden all that's out the window.
Well, someone with a little more money too. Doesn't hurt. Because, I mean, that's after talking to...
Well, how else can you afford to be such a snowblower?
Well, you know, after talking to the last ex, I was like, oh, I see why I was picked. And then I see why the next one was picked. It makes sense. Oh, well, like I said, doesn't do me any better for anyone to struggle. Doesn't, do me any better for anyone to do well. So if it doesn't cost me anything, I hope everybody gets healthy and kicks all their bad habits and lives a happy, healthy life.
I ain't saying she a gold digger, but that's a coke nose, Nick.
Lander says Gino would have been wise not to listen to his new husband. That's not very nice. Honky says Gino's Gratcast episode had the aim of the Trump shooter. Jesus.
Oh, yeah, I haven't really looked into that. That stuff broke while I was...
You haven't been looking into the Trump shooter stuff?
No, that stuff broke on Saturday while I was working, and then the whole reason I'm late and sleepy today, I was talking with someone on the phone, and it was one of those conversations where we thought, you know, we just talk really quick.
Yeah.
And it went for 5.5 hours.
Oh,
so,
boy. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Look at him smiling, boys and girls.
What
Look at that cheeky devil. Hey, can you tilt the camera down unless it's going to fuck you up? I don't want to fuck you up. Just tilt it down a little because your head is like almost in the Stonies sign. And I want people to see your pretty smile. I know that feeling.
Uh-huh.
I know that new love feeling where you just want to stay on the foot. It doesn't matter how old you get. That feeling just...
I was really worried that you were about to say, doesn't matter how old she is.
No.
I'm like, well, whoa.
Doesn't matter how old you get. That feeling of you like someone and it's new and everything. You want to be on the phone the whole time. Just don't make it real and you'll be fine. It'll feel great.
Actually, no, that's the whole reason we've been on the phone the whole time. It was like a dating app thing, and it's one of those where I was like, oh, this is never gonna be a thing, like, because it's like it'd be a long distance relationship if it worked or whatever. So I did it just for like flirty fun. It was fun to have text messages and text, and then a couple of or about a week ago, the proposal to make it more of a real thing like came up, and so I said like, well, how would we do that? And so she's gonna be at the show on the 17th. So
fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna be taking like a week vacation. She's gonna come hang out.
Annoyed.
I won't be vacating from your show. I'll be back on your show in the morning.
I understand. All right. Well, that's very cool. That's awesome, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, I might. I don't know. Experience sex again in the near future. We'll see.
Fucking gay, bro. That's so gay. I'm gonna have sex with a girl. I love that Shane Gillis line where he's like, "And dudes, if you're a guy and you're good at sex, that's gay. That's a gay quality. Sorry, just do belly to belly. It feels the same." Annoyed Wawa supervisor says it's like my grandfather used to say: the best revenge is living like a man whose diet is 99% church potluck food. Thank you. Stop Big Troon says the Aaron touch. Instead of gold, hang around Aaron and your life turns to shit.
Mine's in the opposite direction. I don't know where people get this. Like, I don't know about everybody else, but thanks to hanging around Aaron, like, August is about to be one of the greatest months for me. And depending on how August and September go, like,
Johnny's gonna clear a nice little payday on in August.
No, just not even that. Just everything else that's happening as a result of everything going on in August. And like I said, the lady coming out it'll be interesting. It's a week-long visit thing, so it's a real kind of thing that I'm gonna go there at some point in September, and then depending on how that works, we've already talked about how we'd work out things if things work out like with a long distance.
Oh
yeah,
my
dude, no.
God.
We've literally and both of us have been like, we're not saying we're gonna do this, but we're saying if if we really like each other and this keeps going forward and we like doing this, like, how would we make this work realistically? Because I have the kid and she has her job where she's at. So, like, literally, we literally just figured out how we would do all that. So, like, how I would still do the show with you and then still be out there and see time with her. So, yeah, this one, like, we're not planning that stuff, like, planning to do that yet. But we just, like, you know, just if the, like, we have options. So,
all right. Well, congratulations, buddy. That's big news.
Yeah. And I am not telling anyone anything about her on the internet.
No, I get it. We're trying to find a new name for Slam Piece because it was Keanu's fucking name for her, so we're not going to do that. We're trying to find a new name for Slam Piece, and, Slam Piece was here last night. I think actually still might be. I'm not sure. But tried to kick the bitch out. No, I'm just kidding. But she was here, and I'm thinking about this new name thing, and I'm like, whatever it is, it can't give people a fucking sniffing hint. Because nobody in my life is going to be fucking, on the air and on this show or anything like that. Because I watched it. I watched the need and the want to be, online and to be on the show. I watched that fucking destroy a human being. And as it destroyed that human being, destroyed parts of me too. Like, just the fight. Like, if something went bad on the internet, it was going to go bad for me. You know what I mean? That kind of a thing. Like somebody, and I think this is normal for guys in relationships. When women feel like they're wronged about something, but that thing isn't around, they'll just get after the person that's closest. Maybe I've dated bad people before. Maybe I've just picked, partners that weren't very, matched up to me. No, you don't say, Aaron. But yeah, there was that. If something went wrong, batten down the hatches and hide because it was going to be on you somehow. Like it would be, she would talk about how she was mad about that thing and you just say the wrong thing in response to that and it's fucking on. And now there's a fight and that's,
well, I
that's
think,
unfortunate.
Like, dudes can have that problem too. They're just gay.
It's just gay dudes. That's why I don't run into it. Yeah. It's just gay, bro. Let's go into some chat stuff here, and then I suppose we might as well dive into the Trump stuff. We got obviously a lot of Trump stuff today, and then a lot of dead people. Dude, before Trump got shot, people were dropping like flies this weekend. Simmons, Ruth, Doherty, Jacoby Jones, just famous person after famous person just getting fucking wiped out by life. But first, Day One Salt writes, this will destroy Gino and Keanu. I hope not.
It'll destroy them. The censored thing? I don't think so.
It is really weird. I take it as a compliment. It's very kind of people, the motivation that they have. But, like, people seeing how shitty this was to me and, like, being mean about it, like, just be like, this will fucking break them. They're fucking done. Fuck them. I appreciate the sentiment, and that's very kind and it's very humbling. I don't share that opinion, but, if my fans have that opinion, I'm also not going to run away from that. I just, like I said, I hope, like, it doesn't cost me anything to wish people well.
And a performing comedian.
And not only that, but I feel like they were, like, terribly lied to cause this change because someone's covering their own ass. But people like that get theirs in the end. I mean, I do believe that, well, I know some things behind the scenes and, like, let's just say the water isn't out of the leaky boat yet, as it were. Let's go to Stop Big True and says, does Gino know how to do a show anymore? Well, yeah, I think he's still doing shows. They're just on YouTube. Go ahead.
He went to YouTube a while ago and started doing stuff on YouTube. He's not unfamiliar with it. I just think for someone who's used to coming into a studio and having it just kind of all run for you, it's going to be a lot different to literally be the guy doing it all day in, day out, finding the content, prepping everything, doing everything. I mean, he's not going to be able to afford to have guests. So unless he has people willing to come on and help him out, it's a shame he doesn't have anyone in his life that would have been willing to be like, oh, yeah, dude, I'll jump on, buddy, and just hang out with you for a bit to, like, help out.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a shame he doesn't know any people that would have been willing to do that at the drop.
Too bad that he didn't have really good friends to get his back when shit wasn't going well. That's nice. Annoyed Wawa supervisor Gino is in his 50s and an unemployable drunk. Hey, what happened to the word allegedly? I think the but he's about to get married should be saved for people that still have the room to make mistakes, not someone who Scrooge McDucked into them. Wow. Aaron is already pondering how much time Johnny will need off in September. No, I haven't even thought about it, but thank you.
No, it won't. That won't be a huge thing. Maybe a couple of days.
Stop Big Troon says, how about call her girlfriend? Keep it simple, stupid. Oh, sorry. Jesus. Bigot on Socialist Media says, new woman is good enough. Lander says, 8 years strong and I can still call my old lady my little cum dumpster. That's so fucking cute. Oh, my God. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I don't know about destroy, but they might have to get a job in retail or something. Dude, I think it would be so funny to watch Gino work at like a men's store. Like, and just like every once in a while, just start railing about COVID.
Yeah.
Railing about Fauci. If you want this suit, Fauci wore a suit like this to the Senate while he was lying to people. And he's a piece of garbage. Like, Gino, we've talked about this. Just take it easy.
Sir, this is a men's warehouse.
Atlanta. You're going to know that these guys were traitors. I guarantee it. Lander says, Gino is so loud and full of shit, he could be a carnival barker at a shitty state fair. He always has that. I have to say this. Those guys who travel in those campers from town to town doing those carnivals, they make, like, decent money, I think, don't they? They just don't have any time to spend it.
To make decent money, you have to, like, just trade up a piece of your soul in terms of living like shit and kind of overall being a piece of shit. Because you're making your money off of, like, twisted games and janky rides that you hope don't kill anybody. But at the end of the day, you're really just, child's hopes and dreams dying. And that's where your money comes in.
Yeah.
Just wanted the pink fluffy bunny.
There's a trade-off. There's always a trade-off, Gino has latched himself to Garrett, Steve, and Drew. Oh, God. Then you got to pay more people? God, it's going to be tough. I wish him the best. Honky says, call her goalie because she saved you. Aw.
I thought because you keep coming in the 5-hole. Oh.
Which one is that, by the way?
That's the one between the legs.
Is that the 5-hole? Oh, you're going
5-hole.
hockey 5-hole, not like girl 5-hole.
Oh. Yeah.
No, I knew it was a hockey joke. God, I'm
Yeah.
fucking terrible at my job. No, you're right. I'm wrong.
Yeah, no. Why would I make a hockey a joke as like a goaltender my young life all
Which
the way through
hole
high
is
school? I
that?
wouldn't.
God, Aaron, you fucking. Here's my problem with treating this like a job and then going off and living my life. On Monday morning, I'm a little rusty. It takes me an hour or so to get
It's
back.
the front hole. is
Yeah,
what it
the
is.
front hole is what we're supposed to call it now, you fucking bigot. Packerbacker says, if anything, they're paying him. Oh. No, you gotta pay your people what you can at least. All right, let's get into some super chats and then Trump stuff. Getting all caught up here. Streamlabs, PayPal, super chats. $2 from Los Federal. God, the audience is much more unforgiving about this Keanu Gino stuff than I am. Gino's so broke he can't even afford to pay attention. Whack, 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 whack. 280, by the way, is the number that I'm seeing so far. $4.99 from Red Fox Mad says Gino and Keanu turned on the toe for clicks and views. They were never friends with us. No, and that's the other thing. I've definitely learned my lesson. No internet people getting invited over. No internet people getting invited to shows. No internet people being quote-unquote friends. Now, do I think Gino and Keanu have been snowed and lied to and manipulated? Yes, of course. I know who they're dealing with. But at the same time, I do know one thing from high school, and this is very high school. When the blonde pretty girl cries and the big, scary, ugly guy yells, everyone believes the pretty blonde girl. So I don't take that personally. I get it. I understand it. I've lived it. I hear it. It's not something that really upsets me, anything like that.
I can't blame him. Hell, I fucking believed the little pretty blonde girl originally.
Oh, yeah, her last ex was abusive and angry and terrible. Turns out he's like Mr. All-America. It's like, what a guy. What a decent bloke. And then she fucking makes out in front of him at a comedy show with another guy.
I brought you breakfast in bed, sweetie. Why are you abusing me? The abuse.
Ozone with $4.99 says, hey, why do the big PayPal donations we can't see only come at the end of the show and never at the beginning? Ozone, thank you. I think you may have just handed us a great gift. Guys, let's prove to Ozone that the big PayPal donations don't just come at the end of the show. They come at the beginning of the show as well. If you'd like to contribute, the PayPal link is pinned to the top of the page. It's also in the description of the Rumble stream. Go ahead and show Ozone. He says that the big PayPal donations only come at the end of the show. Carlos,
well, that's kind of true because they come in to bail out the show. They don't want to bail out the show before seeing what people do. But there's no reason we can't, for, I don't know, one day have a couple of big ones pop in right away and
yeah, exactly.
Totally bank that out.
Carlos Cameo with $1.99 says, easy with the third wedding talk, Aaron Les Bolte. I did. First of all, it's Imholt, not Les Bolte. Second of all, I didn't talk about a third wedding. SH says, Slam Piece new name, The Placeholder. No, that sounds disrespectful. I don't. Scarface with $4.99. I will answer you this, sir. Everything else has been a lie. Why not that too? I mean, just everything has been fucking horseshit so far. Why stop now? 275 is the number for today. Thank you guys very much. Honky, that is a very funny line over on Rumble. Thank you very, very much. 275 is today's number. We appreciate your generosity. Now, here's the deal. Throw a little something in that PayPal because right now, Ozone has us called out a little bit right now. Ozone is saying, hey, Aaron, how come the big PayPal donations only come at the end of the show? Now, I could argue that our audience likes to watch us twist in the wind and suffer, and then they drop the big ones on us on the end. Or I could tell the audience, you know what, guys? Prove this Ozone dick wrong. And let's knock out as much of this 275 via PayPal as we can and shut this dick up. Red Fox Mad with $4.99. I asked Chrissy and Lila if they would ever come to Minnesota to be in a Steel Toe comedy show again, and they both said no. That's fine. That is totally fine. Look, the girls will stick together. No matter what happened to the guy, no matter what happened to the girl, the girls will stick together. Like I said, a pretty blonde girl cries. There was a great quote I saw this weekend. Women cry to hide their mistakes. Men smile to hide their pain. It's very, very, very true. $5 from BJ says PayPal donations are like Catholic priests. They're always coming in a little behind.
Oh,
that's sad. That's very.
See, he means the butt. In case any.
Thank
guys
you.
didn't catch it.
Thank you.
He means the butthole.
I appreciate that. Fly High says, dude, the goal started at 350 this morning. No, it didn't. It started at 300, but thank you very much for trying. I appreciate it. Sorry it says that in the Rumble chat every day. I just kind of leave it there. I figure people will know when we keep reposting it that it's not there, but whatever. But hey, you know what? You tried really hard, and that's what's important. It failed again, but you tried really hard. But I'm glad I could correct you. Gray Duckling with $3 over on PayPal says, my ex told me 3 is big. Did we have the same ex? That's weird. And
that's gotta be sad.
Ryobi says, Ozone can suck my cock and throws $20 into PayPal. All right, guys.
Thank you.
Ozone says we don't get any of the big ones in PayPal until the very end of the show. Let's keep proving them wrong. Thank you very much. 250 away from today. Lady Godiva with $2 says Slam Piece should be renamed Best Piece. Oh, that's fucking adorable. Thank you. McBuster says Amber Herds of a Feather. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I wouldn't want to be associated with this fucking shit show either if I had all the you know, problems that, you know, the former compound people are having. How much to bury the hatchet with Zumach and fly him out here to a Vikings game? No, thanks. No internet people anymore. They're just clout chasey and dishonest. Someone else texting in, I'm starting a dating app for people with disabilities, calling it Missing You, but with MS. It's just MSing you.
Oh,
Goofing.
There's more than just MS in the disabled realm. I mean, you've got like people with Down syndrome and stuff, and they're looking to fuck, but oh God, good luck getting that to happen. Because like the only person who's going to be willing to do it is another person with Down syndrome.
Another
and then two people just smiling and chuckling and eating, you know, grilled cheese sandwiches the whole time while they're at it. It's just going to be weird.
Did I read McBuster's Amber Herds of a Feather, ... I think that's very funny. Very true. BJ with $5 says Gino's more whipped than Kunta Kinte. Oh, that's not fair. You guys are a lot meaner than I am on this whole thing. Like, my whole thing is leave them alone. They got their own fucking problems. They got their own shit they're dealing with right now. Like, they got to focus on that stuff. You know, all that stuff's going on. They don't need me fucking barking and yipping. All I ever did was correct the record, and I know that's embarrassing, but it's I just felt like I needed to. God's Note with $5 says, perhaps it isn't internet friends, and it's your discernment and choices and behavior. I mean, maybe I am the one who left to rescue my family and save my children from the terrible mistakes I was making, and I pulled the nose of the plane up in time while the rest of them called me fucking terrible names, told me to K myself, and then kept doing it until they got arrested. But you're right. I'm definitely the problem. God's Note. Thank you. You got to have your moral compass is so fucked, I'll be surprised if you could make it to the parking lot, if that's your take on it. No, all of my I haven't lost a single real friend throughout this whole thing. They've all been fucking great. Johnny, I've even gained a few back.
Wow. We were never really friends.
Yeah, oh, of course.
I've just been doing this for the comedy show.
Yeah, and also I got my fucking family back, man. I got my parents and my cousins and all of those people back. So I'm gonna let that speak for itself. God's Note. I'm sorry if a bunch of autistic people on the internet who have wanted me to die for years now don't think the same way, but. I don't know if you thought you held a more powerful position in my life. I hate for this to be the way you find out. 5-0 in the 320 becoming a member for 26 months. Giggles MZ becoming a member for their 6th month. Thank you, Giggles. All right, Trump time. Let's get into this because, like I said, this was fucking wild.
I know some facts about it. Like, he got wounded or something because people said he was holding his neck and there was blood. So, like, he got grazed?
He got hit in the ear.
Okay.
He took a shot to the ear. By the way, someone wrote to me and said, you're not letting Johnny gush over his new crush enough. Be more interested. Well, here's my problem. I wanted to let him talk about it, but I know in the past, if this show starts talking about people's new chicks, it can be a problem. So I wanted to walk a nice...
Believe me, there would be plenty of gushing happening in like real life if we were hanging out.
Yeah.
It's just like literally because I have 2 shows in a 2-week period happening. The anniversary show on the 10th and then a private comedy gig on the 17th. And we discussed when we were hanging out, and she's going to be hanging out for a little more than a week. It could have been arranged to do both of those shows. Let's just say in conversations over the phone, we both agreed there was a very good reason to not bring her around a certain audience of jackals that might be sniffing for information details and or immediately assume off the bat the minute they meet her that she's a stripper. So I was like, we won't.
Yeah.
I get that one.
I understand. That's why I kind of left it where it was for right now. Kind of, you know.
And I'll be funnier at the second comedy show. So.
Oh, by the way, speaking of the anniversary show, since the treacherous abandonment of the Titanic 2, I've kind of changed the vibe of the anniversary show after listening to the fans, after checking to see that I mean, after the announcement that they weren't coming, we didn't have any refund requests. So we're still good there. So which means I might have been throwing money away. But I've also decided to change the vibe from roast to family reunion. And the reason I say that is because of the names I have started to book, and I don't think we're done yet. We will see the return of Oz for the 10th anniversary show. So you'll have Oz, Matt, and Johnny. Those are 3 of the originals.
Oh, shit. I'm going to be there. I better schedule that.
And announcing Tom Chilstrom will be there. So the family, more of the family coming back. And then, and I'm very happy to announce this on the show today.
Better be the one I wanted.
Showing up, and this won't be the last announcement we have. The one, the only, the incomparable Whiskey Pete will be coming back. We got Pete.
It'll be interesting. Like we'll get like a good vibe going. We'll have a fun time, and then we'll toss it over to Pete, and he'll
go,
yep.
I don't really want to be here.
Oh, I didn't see it.
This place kind of sucks. I didn't really hear anything you guys said. That's cool.
Everybody dies.
Everybody dies. So we got Whiskey Pete come. So we got Oz, Matt, Johnny, Pete. I mean, really just Adrian or Corey.
Or both, and then that's the thing.
Corey came around later, but like if we got those 5, and then
I came around
me.
latest of everyone in that lineup. Like
I thought you were before Corey.
No. Corey's the whole reason I thought Corey's the whole reason I thought if I did if Adrian brought me to one of the shows and like I did well, that I might be able to get on the show.
Okay.
Like Corey was my inspiration for that. So
all right. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, we all told you not to get close and trust internet people. Internet people are dishonest. Is OGs want the tedious days of steel toe back. Local news. Well, we're not a local show anymore, so we can't do as much local news. I'm sorry. But we'll do more news because people like that shit. Oh man, people over in Rumble are throwing around accusations of anti-steel toe people that I can't read on the air. Approachable says, have you called Corey yet? I've texted him a couple times. I've called him once. I haven't heard anything back. I wrote to him on Facebook. Just trying to get in touch with the guy and bring him out.
Sent a Raven.
I sent a Raven, the whole deal. The whole thing. All right, guys, moving on now. 2:45 away from today. Keep her going. You're doing great. We appreciate all of your generosity. Ozone said that none of our big PayPal contributions come in until the end of the show. So if you guys, would like to playfully have some fun with Ozone, you can always throw a bunch of money in PayPal right about now. All right, let's get into the Trump stuff. We're going to basically cover this from macro to micro. We're going to cover this like a Russian doll. To those of you who think I don't plan a show ahead, I kind of yesterday as I was grabbing clips and finding stuff, I went, how do I want to approach this? Because there's a lot to cover. And I went, well, why don't we just start with the big facts about the whole thing, and then we'll kind of zoom in as we go. Again, Johnny said he hadn't heard about it until late because he was, DJing and doing all that stuff. I went on to YouTube. I was just dicking around on my phone while the kids were getting ready to go out and play arcade games. And I was going to head out with them.
Broke.
And there were live stream after live stream of like ABC, CNN, all these places. And one of our listeners sent me a message about it. And they were like, oh, so they tried to shoot Trump. And I'm like, come on, that's got to be hyperbole. Like, that's something everybody's been saying for 8 years now. Oh, somebody's going to take a shot at him. And you're like, no fucking way. And so I go on YouTube. I see the live streams. They fucking took a shot at the guy. They took 8 shots at the guy. And I'm like, holy shit. Never has happened in my lifetime that a presidential candidate or a former president has been shot at. So for it to happen is just, I couldn't, I couldn't conceive of it. I thought maybe before I saw like the ear thing, like when I first watched it, I was like, oh, maybe they were firecrackers and they were really loud and they decided to tackle Trump and, just to be safe. And then you start hearing, nope, they were gunshots. Then you hear, nope, one guy died and another one's injured. And then you hear, oh, the president got hit in the ear. And you see him stand up. When I saw him stand up and do the fist pump thing and there was blood all over, I was still thinking firecrackers. And I was thinking, well, the Secret Service tackled him so hard that like he hit his ear and it started bleeding, you know? And then as more and more information started coming out, sure enough, they're like, nope, this was an assassination attempt. A guy did take shots at Trump. He did hit him in the ear. And then we'll get to the guy who died also. And we'll get to the shooter a little bit later. But let's go with just the facts for now. Here we go.
Overnight, former President Trump walking off his plane hours after surviving this assassination attempt.
That said, take a look at what happened.
Shots ringing out as President Trump ducks down. Secret Service agents rush to his side, forming a protective shield. Other officers in tactical gear, armed with long guns, post up at the front of the stage.
That is fucking ballsy. I was thinking about that guy yesterday. I was like, to just stand up there on stage with that gun, just standing out in the open while there's been some guy firing shots in that very direction. I mean, that's just a ballsy.
I mean, you're wearing body armor and stuff, but still, I love how the news refers to them as long guns when police have them. Standing there with assault weapons. Like, oh, wait. We don't want to.
I thought the same thing. I was like, wait a minute. Why is that a long gun now? Because you know what's funny about that gun that military guy had is that probably did have an auto switch on it.
Oh, yeah.
So, like,
I bet you he has an auto and a burst. He's probably got 3 options.
Yeah. So, like, when a regular American, like when some nut job walks into a place and starts shooting, that's an assault weapon. Oh, my God. Even though it was semi-automatic and shoots the same as any other rifle. Then this guy gets up there and he's probably got a full auto switch, and they're like, oh, there they are with long guns. You're right. I'm glad. You know what? You made me feel not crazy, because that's exactly what I thought when I heard them say
This is obviously interesting cover there. You bastards.
Oh, really? That's a long gun now. I'll remember that for the next time there's a school shooting, because unfortunately here in America, there will be the next time that there is a school shooting. But I will remember that it was not done by an assault weapon, but rather it was done by a long gun, because that's an important distinction, remember.
Hold, when you're ready, on you. Ready, move!
Trump's security detail lifting him up from the ground as he raises his fist, his ear and face bloody, gesturing to the crowd.
And, you know, when I saw that picture, I went, well, election's over.
Yep. Who do you have that can run against that?
Right.
All he has to do, and I know a lot of people don't like Trump, all he has to do is at the rest of his rallies come out to, hey, man, nice shot, and it's done.
Right?
And it's done.
All right, well, that's a great economic plan you have. I'm sure that economic plan is fantastic. I got shot in the head and then fist pumped. I fist pumped after somebody shot me in the head. How are you doing? Gavin Newsom couldn't take a bullet. This isn't a guy who could take a bullet, folks. You know I can take a bullet.
I guarantee you that Biden, like, whatever speech he made, because I'm sure he made a speech condemning the action and all that stuff. But whatever it was, I'm sure in the back of his head, if you're going to, just why didn't you hit the guy? Like, this, really? Come on. This was my best chance.
It's, like you throw a not quite ripened tomato at Biden's head, and he's going to, that's going to risk his life. But Trump gets hit with a bullet. He's up there fist pumping. You know what I found funny about the fist pump thing, though, is watching the Secret Service like frantically keep doing the get your fucking arm down thing. Like, just watching them going, fuck, knock it the fuck off. There might still be a guy out there shooting at people, you crazy bastard. You're making our job to
get him to
protect
safety. He's jumping out of him like, I'm right fucking here.
Yeah.
You didn't get me. I'm right fucking here.
Get to the fucking car. This is not making our job any easier.
The Secret Service then moving him into an awaiting SUV. Another angle showing Secret Service agents reacting to the shots. The former president posting on his Truth Social account that he, quote, was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin.
Wouldn't it be great if he just had like little earrings now on the top of his ear, and he's like, I figured, fuck it, why not? It's about time. He says like 3 or 4 little earrings over the top.
This stunning photo from the New York.
What? Oh yeah, look at
upset.
Look at that.
Oh, Jesus.
Look at that New York Times photo. This was his ear getting hit, and then the bullet continuing to travel.
Yeah, and I'm sure, like I said, regardless of what he says publicly, Biden sees that privately. Like, 2 more goddamn inches to the left, motherfucker.
Our problems were over.
York Times capturing what appears to be a bullet on the right-hand side of the image whizzing by the former president's ear.
If he had not moved his head at that nick of time, it could have been a lot worse.
Mr. Trump extending his...
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot. Yeah, he could have had his head turned into a fucking watermelon at a Gallagher concert. I'd say that's pretty worse. Oh, that would be fucking so bad to watch. Cause
Why do you say it with like a hint of like, I don't want to see it, but like
to watch a guy just get drilled right between the eyes on like live television?
Like no personal interest in the person. Example, like we don't wish or will anything on this person, but just as like a thing, like just to see it happen.
Oh,
to some poor schmuck.
I know, it would be fucking terrifying. It's the most viewed Faces of Death video ever.
Condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured.
The man beside me suffered a gunshot wound to the head, was instantly killed.
President Biden, who...
That's the other thing, is like, how bad are those people fucked up now? You watched a guy get blasted in the head and like bleed out in front of you. Ugh.
Yeah.
It's got to be awful. And then I was listening to an interview with a guy who had medical training from when he was in the military. And he's like, I went over to administer aid and I covered the wound, but I'm pretty sure the guy was already dead as he was bleeding out. It's like, yeah, somebody gets shot in the head. That's going to shut your lights off. I mean, you can
not many. There have been people who survived that shit, but not many. And
no.
Usually not well.
It's not a high percentage, yeah. And then, best case scenario, you're like a Phineas Gage type of guy.
Yeah.
He's just an emotional wreck the rest of his life.
He was apparently horny as fuck.
Yeah. Well, Phineas Gage took a fucking rod right through the mouth and exited through his head and then lived.
Learned about the tragic events.
Everyone else a rod.
Yeah.
Condemned the shooting.
There's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this.
I thought that he was going to do, like when I heard that live, and I heard him say, that's why we need to bring the country together. I thought for a second he was going to be like, and that's why we need to vote for me in November. I was like, don't.
I can't stand the people like, we need to bring this country together when like, and it happens on both sides. Like it happens on Trump's side too.
Yeah.
But you guys are out there saying like America is at risk, democracy is at risk. If this person gets in, that's it. Like you portray Donald Trump as this dictator who's going to lock up all of his enemies and crush all of our freedoms. And like Donald Trump and everyone else on that side, plays it like, look, these people are corrupt and they're going to do this and the other thing. And like our only chance for America is to fight them, and we have to fight back, and we have to fight. And it's like, so you get rhetoric on both sides that amps towards this scenario. You can't keep turning up the dial on we got to stop them, we got to beat them, it's us versus them. Eventually, at some point, you're going to get someone who's like, you know what? I'm not leaving it in the hands of the judges. It's knockout time.
Well, not only that, it's like if you keep calling this guy Hitler, there's going to be someone out there who's going to do something like this because they're going to be like, well, you have to kill Hitler.
Right? Like, sure, people will hate me right now, but in the future, they'll be like, that man stopped Hitler.
Yeah. So, like, you keep ratcheting up this fear of this guy. You keep ratcheting up the, always the devil, always Hitler, always the worst guy ever, always going to destroy our democracy. They've been saying shit like that. So every one of these guys, like this guy who takes a shot at him now, you could argue that this guy in his head was thinking, I'm saving democracy. I'm stopping Hitler. I'm doing... Like, you could argue that this guy, because of the bullshit that the Joy Reids and Joe Bidens and people like that spew, that this guy thought he was completely justified and that this was something that was going to help the country because of the bullshit he's been listening to. one could argue. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying it wouldn't be that unbelievable to draw that line.
Video shows the body of the alleged assassin on the roof of a building, his spot just roughly 150 yards from where Mr. Trump was speaking. One witness telling BBC News he saw the shooter.
We noticed the guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us. We're like, hey man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was.
That's a good impression of the police, by the way.
Dude, Carrot Top's cousin is fucking awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, we told the police, like, oh, dude, oh no. We told the police, and they just started jamming their thumb up their ass and go, it's hard to watch like a movie like Shooter and then watch shit like this and not think of that fat fucking cop.
Yeah.
And just be like, was this? Because I've developed my conspiracy. Everybody's got their conspiracy theories now about this shooting. And I've developed my own. My conspiracy theory is this. After this shooting, the Secret Service is going to say it is very hard to control security at these outdoor rallies. And so the answer has to be Trump can't do any of these outdoor rallies. And that takes away one of his big weapons. One of his really big impressive weapons during the campaign is doing these stops and doing the outdoor rallies with a shitload of people because Biden can't draw that kind of crowd. So I wonder if they're not going to try to use this as a way to try and stop the big Trump rallies. Because like this week they've got the Republican National Convention and Trump will probably name his running mate and all of that stuff. And they say there's no credible threat to the convention now, but I wonder after the convention how they're going to, move forward with Trump doing these big events.
Well, according to one party, Trump is the credible threat. Like, once again, to bring it back around, according to one group, like, Trump is the credible threat to the point where you have, whether she believes it or not, nutbags like Joy Reid being like, we cannot allow these people in power. We have to stop these people no matter the cost. Like, again, you throw that stuff out there, and eventually someone who consumes all of that shit en masse is going to not only feel like what they're doing is needed, but in a way that they're either righteous, vindicated, or in somehow will in the future be justified because they're doing the right thing.
Well, right. Joy Reid keeps talking about how they're going to take away your civil rights. They're going to take away black people and women's right to vote. And, like, you get enough stupid people listening to that, one of those stupid people might think, well, my life means nothing, but maybe I can stop a guy who's going to end civil rights, and then I'll be a hero. So who knows?
What's going on? I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this, and next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, how can you not look at a guy like this?
Hillbilly Joe spotted him early. Yeah. Why is he not on the Secret Service detail?
Yeah, he should get a spot on the detail, right? He's like Brienne of Tarth, He'd work really hard.
Actually, he's reminding me of Trollsbane. Like, his hair got
Trollsbane. Giantsbane. Tormund.
Giantsbane. Fuck.
Tormund Giantsbane. Yeah, he'd be like, what is it? How could you be an assassin? I've seen you pekka. No assassin would have a pekka that small. By the way, that is one of the lines the last time through watching Game of Thrones where I was like, this is where the writers lost their fucking way.
Yeah.
Is where Jon Snow comes back from the dead.
I'm sure that's the moment.
But like when Tormund's like, oh, pekka that small. It's like, oh, that's not really Game of Thrones dialogue, but okay, cool. Like there was that one season where Tormund went from just menacing badass to just goofball.
Yeah.
And you're like, that's not... Okay, fine.
Shots ring out.
Early this morning, the FBI identifying the alleged gunman as Thomas Matthew Crooks, 20 years old, of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. But why he allegedly wanted to kill former President Trump, still unclear.
Have you seen that guy, by the way? Yeah, still unclear. Yeah, I'm sure we don't know why he wanted to kill Donald Trump. If you haven't seen that guy, I'd like to go with like he was a big Joy Reid fan or he was watching too much cable news or whatever. He looks like every other of these fucking shooters that you could probably just judge the book by its cover and lock him in an insane asylum and be fine. He looks like a fucking long, drawn out like stick figure crazy person. Pale, weird skin, just goofy as a bedbug.
He was gonna do this to somebody.
Right. Somebody was getting got, if you will.
The FBI now leading an investigation involving the Secret Service, ATF, and state and local law enforcement on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Well, between them looking up their own ass and you looking for yourself, my bet is that nothing gets done. Look at that. The ATF, the FBI, and the Secret Service. Out of those three, okay, I do trust the Secret Service a little bit. But the other two heading the investigation, I don't know. How'd that Las Vegas shooting investigation go? How's that? We still don't know what the fuck happened there, do we? No.
The alleged gunman killing one spectator and gravely injuring two others.
This evening we had what we're calling an assassination attempt against our former president.
No, we're not calling it that. Somebody tried to shoot the motherfucker. What else do you call it?
There was an assassination attempt, allegedly.
Yeah.
Donald Trump.
There was a guy being a goofball, and he got carried away.
Some have said there were injuries.
Yeah.
Donald Trump.
Now, as for those two other victims, officials really haven't released a lot of information about them, just their condition, that they were both gravely injured in this shooting. That's about all we know about those two people. We do know they are being treated. We can't say enough when you look at all those videos, how many rally goers actually went and tried to help those two victims, carrying them down the stands and right over to ambulances, even though they were in danger as well. We also want to mention one more thing. We were able to locate the roof where the alleged assassin was crouched in. There's a massive law enforcement presence around that building right now. They've set up what appears to be some type of ladder so investigators can get up on the roof. Of course, they're collecting so much information and evidence this morning. Willie and Savannah.
Wow. So that's kind of the macro of it. And by the way, wait until you hear, speaking of law enforcement around the scene, oh my God, wait until you hear what we found out about one remember that shooting where it was the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting where that cop had a chance to go in and maybe try to confront the gunman and he just hung out until backup arrived? And then you had the Texas shooting where all of the cops stood outside and did fucking nothing.
Yeah, well, those kids were in there. That one still pisses me off.
Yeah. We had another situation like that. Just like I'm sure we're going to have a situation with this assassination attempt where we find out, the shooter was known to law enforcement, as they always say. We're getting another one of those. Stories where you have, here's the guy. Here's a chance we had to stop him before anything happened, and here's what chicken shit did. So we have one of those in this case too. Matt Melt with $4.99 says, I got shot in the... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to do Trump for this one. I got shot in the ear. I looked at my ear. I said, wow, I got shot in the ear. You got to do the Gillis Trump impression if you're going to do it right. Thank you very much, buddy. 240.
I got shot in the ear. Are we square? Okay, I got shot in the ear.
240 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, please do. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Get her under 200 by 8 o'clock, and I think we're looking good for today. Keep her going. Ozone also wanted to know, why do these big PayPal contributions come in at the end of the show, Aaron? Why don't they come in at the beginning of the show? And all I can say is, Ozone's grandma just sent us $50 on PayPal. Thank you very much to Ozone's grandma.
That freaked me out for a minute where you said Ozone's grandma sent us $50 on PayPal, and I looked down, and then there was just utter silence. Like, what the fuck did I mute now?
Well, anyway, thank you, Ozone's grandma. We are now 190 away from today's goal. So what a great start to the week, guys. You got go ahead and keep that going. Ozone wants to know why the big PayPal contributions only come in at the end. The only way to answer that is to have all the big PayPal donations come in at the beginning. It just kind of makes
your
sense.
grandma normally doesn't get up that early, sir, and we're respectful. Be respectful of your goddamn grandma, Ozone.
Yeah, we just want we just didn't want to out your grandma like that, but she now felt the need to do it. What do you do? Do you have any conspiracy theories yet on the Trump shooting?
I wholeheartedly would believe that that this administration had something to do with it. I would go that far as to think yeah, no, they've got nothing to do that can beat him. They've been trying to arrest him for how long? That's only helped. They've gotten all of this stuff that's happened. They've gotten Biden's performance in the debate, his performance to look like an adult after the debate. All of it's gone horribly wrong. It's the 11th hour to replace him. All of his replacements poll just as bad, if not worse. They've got a DOA dog turd for a candidate, and they can't do anything about his opponent. So I would wholeheartedly believe fucking secret government conspiracy thing. Look, guys, even if we steal the election, they will not fucking buy it. Nobody wants this fucking skin bag. Our best chance is to go, how about we take the prime running mate out of the thing, and now it's Biden versus somebody.
Right. Yeah, and who that somebody would be, it's really late in the game to try to figure that out. Yeah, I suppose some deep state shit, sure. I guess I'm going kind of small-brained with the whole, they're trying to stop the rallies thing, but I don't know. Or of course, and I know I just sounded like a seal there. Or it could be just some crazy fuck who wanted to shoot Donald Trump. I mean, that's possible too.
It's entirely possible.
Yeah. By the way, over 1,000 of you watching the show right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please do me a favor. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow on whatever platform you're on. The likes jump us up in the algorithm. The likes are good. Hit thumbs up. We really appreciate it. And subscribe to the channel as well. We appreciate you being here. The woman on somebody texting in, the woman on Fox News was talking about how women basically shouldn't be in the Secret Service. They said the woman went up on stage, was more concerned about her sunglasses than the president. I don't know, man. I thought everybody involved did a really good job with that.
She might have had the sun in her eyes, and that's why she was concerned about the glasses.
Yeah. I thought everybody involved did really well handling they all did their job to a T. So I can't really be...
Except the shooter. He had one goddamn job, and he missed.
Well...
It fucking missed.
Well, I tell you what, speaking of the shooter, they went and did a deep dive on what they know about this guy so far. And I know with school shooters and stuff, you're not supposed to give them credence or whatever because it could create copycats. But I think this news story is so big. A assassination attempt of a former president / candidate for president. I feel like you can break some rules on this one. Let's check out, I think this is Aaron Burnett on CNN.
And we are now also getting some new details about the gunman and his background. We're learning more about him, and our Danny Freeman has been doing so much of that reporting. So, Danny, what have you learned about the gunman here in these past moments?
Gay. What? Gay. He's gay.
It's complete mo.
Yeah.
All right.
Why does that matter? He's the first LGBTQ shooting presidential would-be assassin in American history. Let's give it up for the... That's where we're at right now. If he was gay or trans, they'd be like, all right, first of all, we need to acknowledge that trans people go through a lot of terrible things and that sometimes people like Trump egg people like this on, and it's really terrible, and we should stop trans bullying right now. Not only that, this person was known to law enforcement, and also we need to celebrate the firsts of these communities. Thank you.
Well, Aaron, I'll start with the newest information that we just received from a briefing that the FBI conducted in the past hour or so. We're talking about Thomas Matthew Crooks. This is the 20-year-old suspect who is accused of the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. According to the FBI, we now know that they believe that he acted alone, and the FBI also believes that there's no indication of mental health.
There's no indication of mental health.
Why does he look like a younger version of you?
God damn it. Why are you not the first person who said that? Now, God fucking damn it. Shit. No.
I mean, Like, if he grows into, like, if that hair, and it's a quasi-Hitlerish style haircut, now I see where the influence started.
I don't look like a fucking goober, dude.
Dude, but if you cut that hair and it turns out that, like the peak of it's down here, then those are the power alleys in training.
Hold on.
I'm not saying it's you, but if someone said that was a young version of you, I'd be like, oh, look at little Imhold.
It's impossible. I'm much better looking than this fucking creepo. And
dude, ugly ducklings grow out of it.
And
the important part is you've changed.
He's got fucking Dave Wanstedt lip. He's got Ray Fiennes lip. Don't listen to him, handsome. All right? You're way better looking than that guy. You don't look anything like a Trump shooter. You understand me?
Yep.
You listen. It doesn't matter what they say about this guy. See that? They don't know the real you. All the audience that's saying that I look just like the Trump shooter, they're full of shit. Don't you listen to them, Aaron. You're a pretty boy. Who's a pretty boy? Not this guy. That's not a pretty boy. Who's a pretty boy?
They can judge one of your old high school photos all they want. They don't know the real you.
You shut your mouth, Johnny. You're not helping. Who's a pretty boy? You're a pretty boy. There.
Gordy's going to come running in.
I don't look like the Trump shooter.
That's the person who immediately asked, why are you not the first person to ask that?
It's all bullying is what it is. It's all bullying.
Issues with Mr. Crooks. We also have learned in the past hour that part of this investigation is the FBI has actually gotten access to Thomas Crooks's phone, but at this point they don't have access to the information inside the phone, and they have shipped it to Quantico, according to the FBI headquarters.
They better not find like a shit ton of like Kiwi Farms pages on there. They better not find a bunch of fucking, has he been watching old wrestling promos? Has he been watching the fall of WCW on Vice? I think we might have found our shooter. No, it's not me. I got nothing to do with it. This guy's young enough to be my kid. Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
I would have been 17 when I had him.
Somebody did a little, what would we call that? Little road baby batter spreading, and now here we are.
No, I ain't never been to that place. Thank you very much.
To try and figure out how to get inside. And the other thing, Aaron, that perhaps is surprising, but the FBI said it on this briefing, is that they have not at this point identified any sort of ideology that would give clues to, again, the big question that
Okay, well, he looks like a fucking weirdo. He looks like a crazy guy. You know, I'm tired of us not being allowed to judge these shooters by the cover. Like, we need to delve deeper. No, you don't. He looks like a googly-eyed fuck. Googly-eyed fucks do crazy shit. You give a googly-eyed fuck a gun and he thinks crazy shit, he might go and shoot somebody.
His last name is Crooks.
Yeah.
You thought that was going to end well. And I don't know if this is just like the picture they took, but the American flag founding fathers shirt.
Yeah.
Like, are they trying to make him look like a right winger, or because again, the only thing I could think of is like either because if this is like a regular thing for him, like patriotic stuff, he could literally be again buying into the rhetoric that our democracy's at stake and freedom's at jeopardy because or in jeopardy, not at jeopardy.
Yeah.
It's a guest on Jeopardy.
Our democracy is on jeopardy.
Yes, Dead Alex. I'll take Who Should Kill Donald Trump for 300.
What are the Articles of Confederation? Our democracy is here. All right. Yeah, I don't really. They're like, we're looking for a motive. I hate to quote Brad Pitt in Seven, but he's a nutbag.
Dude, his glasses almost aren't over his eyes. Like he's got these giant glasses and they're down here.
He snug up.
Like his eyes are above the. Like, dude, how do you?
Caused this man to go to this Trump event and open fire at the former president, ultimately injuring him, killing one, and injuring two other rallygoers in the crowd.
You know what else they're doing? They're doing that thing that I fucking hate. They do this when the cops shoot a black guy who was like high on crank and shit. They're showing a picture of him like in high school 4 years ago. Like, oh, look at this kid. I bet you by now he'd become such a, like, internet obsessed, like bullied, weird fuck. That like he looks way different than he did. Like they're showing sophomore year him.
Yeah.
And that's a little misleading.
Now, I do want to just go over some of the things that we do know in addition to some of this information, Aaron. We also learned in the past hour or so that Mr. Crooks was a dietary aide at the Bethel Park Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. It's like a nursing home that's very close to where we are, not too far from his home, about 5 minutes away here in Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. That organization confirmed that he was an employee, confirmed that he was a dietary aide, said that they were shocked and saddened by this news of the shooting overnight, but also noted that Crooks performed his job without concern and did pass background checks.
Well, then he's fine.
So obviously the reason he didn't succeed is because he hasn't committed mass shootings before.
Yeah. You gotta keep yourself clean until the day, you want to go to the dance.
Prior to getting this particular job. Now, the last thing, Aaron, that I'll mention is just a few of the things that we have been reporting, as you said, all throughout the day. We know that Mr. Crooks was a registered Republican. We also know that he donated a small amount of money to a Democratic-aligned group back in 2021. And we also know that he was in possession of an AR-style rifle, which law enforcement...
Oh, now it's an AR-style rifle.
It's
a long gun.
It's
Dude,
a long gun.
Don't you remember? It's a long gun now.
Because the cops had AR-styled weapons, but those were long guns, you fucking cunt.
They're not remembering how this goes. By the way, they said did they say 3 years ago he donated to a Democratic organization?
I thought they said in 2021. Well, yeah, that would be 3 years ago.
So
yeah.
3 years ago, he donated to a Democratic organization. He would have been 17 years old. This is what I mean. This is how you know this guy was fucking insane and that he was a crazy person. Nobody at 17 years old should be donating money to a Democratic or a Republican group. That's a red flag that you're a little weird psycho kid.
And it just seems a little weird to me that it's like, okay, so the person, this is the part where, again, I get, like, fucking, just after everything we've been through, I get fucking deep state shit because, so he's a MAGA, well, not MAGA, but he's a registered Republican. He's a America First Republican, and he's got a problem with Donald Trump. It's not some, like, if it was like an extremely liberal person who listens to Keith Olbermann and still thinks he's relevant, like all that kind of stuff, like, okay, fine, like that would all fit. But it just really seems weird. Like, see these gun-toting Republicans, even when they don't like their own people, like it's weird how easily it could fit into the narrative of, once again, the Republicans are the problem.
That's kind of the thing I'm thinking right now is I keep thinking, I'm like, all right, what's the angle? Like, what are they going to try to take? Because they're not going to report this honestly for much longer. Once they can find an angle because they didn't like having to show that.
I think it's honestly reported now. We just went over the long gun AR bullshit.
Well, yeah, but it's going to get worse because, like, they didn't like showing the Trump fist pump thing on the air.
Oh, God, no.
They're like, oh, fuck.
Because, like you said, this is and 2024 check. Like,
yeah, it would be funny if tonight on Fox News and they go, we are now projecting that Donald Trump has won the election and is the 47th president of the United States.
Sources tell us was actually not just obtained legally, but also traced back to Mr. Crooks's father. And that's actually how law enforcement was able to identify their suspect in the first place, because Thomas Crooks was not found with any ID after the U.S. Secret Service agents neutralized him yesterday. But again, Aaron, the big question that we still do not have an answer to, what led him to go to that Trump campaign event and open fire? Aaron?
And of course, everyone is just desperate for answers here on that. You've got to think back to the Las Vegas situation, of course, where we never got those answers.
Whoa! I didn't know we were supposed to talk about that. Is Erin Burnett going to get a talking to?
Probably.
We're not supposed to. I mean, next thing, she's going to say, and why was the head of detectives for the Las Vegas police investigating the Vegas shooting also the police chief of the city in Hawaii where the wildfire started and headed up the investigation there? What are the odds that those two guys would be the same person? Weird.
Ain't that a thing? You know what, too? You could really capitalize on the fact that her name's Erin Burnett, and you just cut her parts out and you can make it look like you have an in at CNN.
I was thinking about that. I was like, you know what I should do is I should put myself over Aaron Burnett's face. Yeah. Someone writing in, he's a Democrat who registered as a Republican to vote in the primary. Remember, there were a lot of Democrats who switched parties to vote for Haley against Trump. I remember that. He is right about that. So
maybe.
I want to say two things about this guy. Probably a Democrat, and two, looks nothing like me. I'd
say two things as well. One, just I think generally a nutbag, and two, absolutely looks like you're related.
It's no, there's no resemblance at all.
And so much could be resting on that phone, as you say, right now at Quantico, Virginia. So, Danny, when he shot to kill the former president. He did kill somebody. There were two others critically injured. What more have you learned about them?
We'll get to those because the story about the guy who died is tragically heroic. Like it's an amazing story. The guy who was killed in the shooting. He, I guess what we'll say is he didn't die in vain. Put it that way. King Kong Dong with $5 says they already had a movie on this assassination attempt. Oh, really? Limitless.
Sir, they're ready for you.
Okay. Oh, have you never seen this movie?
No.
Thank you. Please sit down.
Bradley Cooper.
You know, when the wars
Yeah,
were done,
it's a great movie.
they didn't scrap this ship. They found a new mission for her. The Intrepid was used as a recovery.
Piece of glass just caught the light. Could be someone with binoculars.
I'd like to give the same dignity to our veterans that we gave to this ship.
Someone's taking a shot at me. Call it 3,300 yards. That'd be the longest kill of all time.
Hire as many vets as I can with you.
NZT. Piper. She'll breathe out before she shoots, so let's think this through.
Wait, so he's fucking calculating this as he's speaking?
Okay, so Limitless is about a drug called, I don't know if it's NZT. It's been a while. Yeah, I think it's NZT. But you take this drug and it like unlocks all of your brain's potential. You can use your whole brain all the time or whatever. It's a long movie. There is a series that they made after this, but yeah. So the drug makes him super duper smart, and so he's like at first he uses it just to make a quick buck, and it becomes more and more of a thing. And now he's gotten to the point where he's used his intelligence to start like manipulating stuff and get into politics and have like control over actual things, and that's where I guess the assassination attempt comes in.
Oh shit.
Not on the table, obviously. I could jump out of the way. Not bad. But what if the bullet just grazes me?
Oh, yeah, okay.
That'll do.
So he calculated his own getting shotness.
Yeah. And then he steps in, so he just gets hit, and it winged him.
Wow. Carlos Cameo with 199 says, so this is how you spent your weekend? No. I'm just saying, like, for like an hour or so while we were at the hotel, I was kind of following this stuff and seeing what was going on.
Slam piece is a bolt action rifle because you got to slam it in there.
This is the thing.
Slam piece.
When you go, no, I got it. Thank you for repeating the punchline. You see, slam piece because what you do is you take the thing and you. No, when you go to like a hotel water park thing and you're a kid. Mm-hmm. Did you ever have that feeling you're like, why aren't mom and dad having as much fun as I am? This is fucking crazy. Like, why aren't they having as much of a good time? And then when you're an adult and you take 3 children to a water park arcade hotel, you realize why your parents didn't have any fun because you're like getting everything ready, getting all the food out, getting all their clothes out. Like the amount of shit you pack so that you can go away for one night is ridiculous.
Right, and you have 3 fucking kids to do it for too.
Right.
And none of them mangy bastards understand the necessity to pack their shit.
Right. So in fairness, they did pack their own clothes and they did a pretty good job. So I will have to give them that.
All right. Well, my kid's retarded. And that's fucking uphill battle.
That's the other thing. So that I saw this on online yesterday, that like because my ex accused April of calling my son the R word, people mistook that. They're like, oh, see, like they were excited about it. It was really sick. They're like, Aaron has a special needs kid. Oh, that's another. I'm like, no, I don't. Not that if I did, I wouldn't love him and that would be fine and whatever, but no.
But thank God that statement doesn't have to be tested.
But like it's amazing. Like all of these people, they're like, Aaron's a piece of shit, and they're like, tell me why. And it's either things I've already admitted or things that are just flat out wildly untrue. It's like, do you think when I ratted on myself and talked about what I did that I wanted to leave any stone unturned? No, of course not.
Plus, of course, his kid's retarded. Look at the source. Consider the source.
Consider the source. Give me tips with $5. Says they said he registered Republican so he could vote against Trump in the primary. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
He's just all around nutbag. He has a very I don't like Trump attitude. And again, when we demonize our opponents in these elections, eventually someone who hates that opponent enough is going to be like, you know what? It's worth it for me to stop this person.
Yeah. Day One Salt says, does Aaron announce the goal during sex and how close he is? Only in the last 5 minutes. Only in the last 5 minutes. King Kong Dong says, we were at Great Wolf Lodge this weekend with our 3 kids, and it was insane. I'm feeling it today. Yeah. It's a fucking chore, man. I can't imagine 3 days of it. Oh, God. Because I had time to go in the hot tub twice for 15 minutes at a time and have a beer each time. That was about it. And then after that, it was fun, throwing the football around with my son and whatnot. But otherwise, it was just checking on them, making sure they're doing all right and all of that kind of stuff. You want to give them their autonomy and you want to let them go and play, but you're also I'm not going to, I got to keep a fucking eyeball on you kids.
The next time you do that, you need to invite me earlier so then I can postpone helping out the club or whatever I was that weekend. Because my daughter would go nuts at a water park. But then I have to be there to keep an eye on her because, again, she is a bundle of crazy, so it's one to deal with.
Well, boys and girls, 185, I believe. No, I'm sorry, 180 away from today's goal.
Nice.
Wow, holy shit. Yeah, keep going. Knock it all the way down. We're getting there already. We're not even halfway through. So thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships are fun. We could go on a run of those. Thank you guys very much. So now we have Joe Biden's reaction to the shooting of Donald Trump. Again,
shit.
Got him in the ear. The whole thing about him getting hit in the ear and him moving his head. I mean, the odds of nailing a presidential assassination or shooting anyone in the head from 150 yards is a really difficult proposition because, again, it can just be the tilt of the head. The head is such a small target.
Yeah.
People always go, oh, why did the cops have to shoot him, in the chest? Why couldn't they have shot him in the legs or the arms? Because they shoot at the biggest target. The torso is the biggest area they can shoot at. Shooting someone in the head, even relatively close, but especially from a distance, is really difficult. You're hitting a really small object.
Why'd you shoot my son in the face? Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to only wound the perp, so I aimed for his arm.
Yeah, right? So, with this one, Trump getting hit in the ear, yes, he's incredibly lucky, but also that shooter, it shouldn't be discounted what a good fucking shot he is because the stress and everything. I mean, to be able to hit a guy in the ear from that distance is not a bad shot. Not that I see your face already. I'm not trying to give credit to the would-be assassin. What I'm saying is, landing a headshot.
Look, guys, he had a difficult job, all right? And he almost made it. I'm thinking, like, we're being really hard on this guy, but you got to realize how difficult of a shot that was. And he was so close. Like, I say we give him another try.
No, well, only because people are like, oh, he was only an inch or two away from killing Donald Trump. And I'm like, yeah, but he was also an inch or two away from missing completely. It's kind of like... It's like when Gordon Bombay's talking to Charlie, he's like, quarter of an inch the other way, and we would have been champions. And Charlie's like, well, think about it this way. Quarter inch the other way, you would have missed the goal completely. And then I would say, why are you two queers talking about a fucking Pee-wee hockey game from forever ago? Let it go, Gordon. Let it go. I know what you're feeling. Let it go. Let it go. So Joe Biden gave a speech yesterday about the Trump attempted assassination. Here's what the president had to say. Whoop.
I spoke with Donald Trump. Last night, I spoke with Donald Trump.
And he told me, I bet you couldn't survive that, you fucking pussy. Trump's just already talking shit to people. He's like, I've been hit with a few shells, but I don't walk with a limp.
I got shot in the air. Still didn't shit my pants, Joe.
I got 5 shots, couldn't stop me. I took it and smiled. It's just quoting Tupac and 50 Cent.
I'm sincerely grateful.
He got hit like I hit, but he ain't fucking breathing. Okay?
That he's doing well and recovering. And we had a short but good conversation. Jill and I are keeping him and his family in our prayers. We also extend our deepest condolences to the family of the victim who was killed. He was a father. He was protecting his family from the bullets that were being fired.
I guess we can talk about that now. We do have a story about it, but I figured we weren't going to be able to, avoid it. The guy who got shot in the head and died instantly, he died covering his wife and daughter. It was a dude move. As soon as the shots rang out, he fell on top of them, covered him up, took one to the noodle, dead. So, I mean, if that ain't dying a hero, I don't know what is. That's a balls move right there. Do you remember the guy during the Colorado shooting who jumped and left his family?
No.
Oh, yeah. We'll watch that after we're done with the Trump stuff. His name was Jamie Roars. And when the Dark Knight shooter was going through the Aurora Theater, he fucking jumped down to the exit below and abandoned his girlfriend and kid.
Oh, yeah, that now I remember talking about.
Oh, yeah. Is he a fucking chunk of shit?
And he lost his life. God love him. We don't yet have any...
Hey, what? That's a weird way to say that. Only go back.
He was protecting his family from the bullets that were being fired. And he lost his life. God love him. We don't yet...
He holds tight to me and the Bible on the back seat of my motorcycle. God love him. I feel like Joe just says shit like that. That's like a little off all the time. Like you have like, it's not like big, like he says way crazy shit like he normally does. But once in a while, he'll do these little off things where you're like, that doesn't sound right. I mean, it doesn't sound bad, but.
I can picture the person who wrote the teleprompter script in the background. Damn it, Joe, stop going off script. You can't wing this shit anymore.
Right.
Yet have any information about the motive of the shooter. We know who he is. I urge everyone.
I love that. I love when they keep saying that. We don't really know the motive of the shooter yet. Well, let's see. One of the most maligned political figures in American history, riling people up, calling him a Nazi, calling him Hitler, this and that. And then somebody took a shot at him. Yeah, I can't imagine what the guy's motivation would be.
We don't know what his motivation is. It certainly wouldn't be me or the lady standing next to me and all the numerous times we've gone on television and gone in front of groups of people and had people cut together ads for our news puppet organizations to make him look like a villain. Like literally CNN for the past couple weeks have been running an ad where they said, what led to January 6th. And then they cut to a picture of Donald Trump going, if you want your country, you have to take it back.
Right.
And you have to fight. And it's like they cut it together to make it look like he led that rally.
Exactly.
On January 6th. It's like you guys literally are making hit pieces. You call them the devil. Like, you can sit here and say you don't condone the action. One, I don't believe that for a second. Two, you can do that, but you can't sit here and be like, we don't know what the motive is. No, the motive is you. You've been providing the motive.
It would be interesting to hear one of these news people admit that, like, this is the worst case scenario to them. Like, if you went, hey, Trump survives this and he looks like a badass and he's doing the fist pump and everything else, or Trump dies and you don't have to run against him. I just wonder how many of them, if you gave them the truth serum, if they couldn't lie, if they were in the golden lasso, I wonder how many of them would say, honestly, if I had to choose between him getting grazed and looking like a badass or him getting shot and killed, I bet you some of them would go, God, it'd be nice if he was out of the picture.
I bet you all of them would.
Really?
Yeah, dude, I don't think any one of these people gives two shits about anyone other than themselves, let alone their political opponent. Like I said, half of me thinks that this was partially a government gig. It's a psyop, it's a conspiracy, it's a false flag. Like, I think they I honestly believe that they kind of, like, set this thing up because, again, what else do they have to stop Donald Trump?
Well, one thing that you said that does make a lot of sense is they're like, Biden's not leaving, he's not budging, so they can't get rid of Biden. Who can they get rid of? That part makes a little sense to me.
Please.
There is that meme of like, hey, why wasn't the FBI or why wasn't the Secret Service up on that roof? And it's the Rock meme where he's turning around talking to the little girl, going, why wasn't the Secret Service on that roof? And the little girl says, you don't need the CIA and the Secret Service on the same roof.
Don't make assumptions about his motives or his affiliations. Let the FBI do their job and their partner agencies do their job. As this investigation continues, here's what we're going to do. First,
shit our pants and have breakfast. In that order. Thank you very much.
Secondly, we're going to approve, to get this investigation underway, we're going to approve another $60 million for Ukraine.
If you don't vote for this new Ukraine aid package, you don't care about what happened to President Trump. God damn it, give the Ukraine more money.
Mr. Trump, as a former president and nominee of the Republican Party, already receives a heightened level of security. And I've been consistent in my direction to the Secret Service to provide him with every resource, capability, and protective measure necessary to ensure his continued safety. Second, I've directed the head of the Secret Service to review all security measures for the Republican National Convention, which is scheduled to start tomorrow. And third, I've directed an independent review of the national security at yesterday's rally to assess exactly what happened. And we'll share the results of that independent review with the American people as well.
You know, it is really weird that, like, this has never happened in my lifetime. And this guy, he wasn't, like, super far away. He was 150 yards away.
Mm-hmm.
That's not, like, crazy far. It's a long ways away to shoot somebody from, but it's not, like, in terms of, like, a security ring perimeter that you would set up, 150 yards is not crazy, especially if it's a roof that provides a perfect vantage point. So, I mean, as much as they're heroes for getting him out of there and this and that, we do need to investigate who fucked up, because I feel like that guy getting on a roof is definitely somebody fucking up.
Mm-hmm. Or did they?
Or were they put there on purpose?
Tinfoil fat conspiracy, again, like, awfully interesting. Like, he's walking past security, and they'll be like, oh, that's the guy, and they got to pretend to care. Be like, hey, that's a weird bag. What's in there? Fishing pole. He's just going fishing right on through, sir.
Yeah, so I don't... Oh, by the way, that brings us to this part, where the guy who took the shot was actually discovered. We heard that one eyewitness, and he was going, yeah, we were pointing to law enforcement going, hey, fucking dude up there. Do we want to do anything about this? We going to take care of this? There's a fucking... It's like the Ricky Gervais bit from The Office. I think there's been a rape up there. It's like they're sitting there going, I think there's a shooter up there. And they're like, yeah. We'll get around to it, magatards. Now get out of here, Tormund Giantsbane. Let us do our fucking job. Well, apparently a local officer had the opportunity to take out the shooter at the Trump rally.
Okay.
The shooter pointed his gun at the officer, and then the officer went back down the ladder. He just chicken shit his way out of it. He ski-daddled. He George Costanza'd himself and just got out while the getting was good. One local police officer climbed to the roof and encountered Crooks, who pointed his rifle at the officer. The officer then retreated down the ladder, and Crooks quickly took a shot towards Trump. That's when Secret Service snipers shot him, said the officials who spoke on conditions of anonymity. Now, there's one of two things here. Number one, this cop was a fucking chicken shit coward. Just like the cops in Florida, just like the cops in Texas. Or, if this was a setup, that guy's not supposed to be shooting that guy. You're not supposed to be up there taking him out. So, to me, Occam's razor is, this guy's a chicken shit cop and he didn't want to get shot that day. But the more complicated version is maybe he went up there a little earlier than he was supposed to.
He wasn't supposed to shoot him yet. He was supposed to wait till after
Right.
Donald Trump gets hit.
Barry Wusso with 199 says, seen the meme Trump versus Bullet, Biden versus Stairs? Yes, I have seen that one where Biden's falling up the stairs and Trump's doing the fist pump with the blood trickling down thing. Richard Kristofsky, becoming a member for his 14th month, says it's the local police that dropped the ball. The snipers were looking 1,000 yards out. Okay. Fauci's Pangolin says, cops have pensions to look forward to, cuck. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, I think it was the Florida guy who didn't go in. He was like a year away from his pension. And so he didn't want to fuck that up by trying to save a bunch of kids. Local police encountered attempted assassin Thomas Crooks just moments before he tried to kill President Trump, but failed to stop the gunman despite the clear threat. After rally-goers spotted Crooks on the roof of a manufacturing plant, just 130 yards from the stage, police were notified and one officer climbed a ladder to investigate. Law enforcement officials said on the condition of anonymity. Then Crooks pointed his AR-style rifle at them. I thought it was a long gun. I'm so confused. The officer then backed down the ladder, and Crooks immediately took aim and loosed 8 shots at the former president, grazing him in the ear, killing one bystander in the crowd, and gravely wounding 2 others. So he basically had to put a rush on his assassination attempt because somebody found him. But don't worry. The person who found him
ran like a bitch.
Ran away like a bitch. Man, even if you keep your job after something like that, which, I don't know, that's a hard one to live down at the office, isn't it?
Yeah, like, dude, you were that close. Like, yeah, I almost got Trump. Oh, you meant the other guy living it down. Yeah,
no. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that guy won't see him no more. No, he got taken care of. Before we go any further, I am going to grab some sort of. I'm trying to stay off the Celsius,
mm-hmm.
and I don't want to do those anymore. And so far, so good. I didn't have any this weekend or anything like that.
Switch to that steel toe coffee.
Switch to a little. I got a little bit of the anniversary blend left. I'm going to go ahead and grab something sugary to drink real quick.
Okay.
To give myself a little bit of a boost. Then we're going to get into actual video they have of the shooter crawling into position. Like, people actually filmed this motherfucker getting on the roof and getting into position.
I don't think it's an accident. It's just in the world we live in with security. You're telling me you're telling me this is the Secret Service. You don't got a room full of guys coming up with ideas, and then you got another room full of guys backing them up, and another room full of guys back. I mean, this is the best that we can do. This is Secret Service.
The best, the government, the United States government. This is the best you can do. Yes. Jesus Christ. That this retarded Boy Scout, this is the world's best hope to get rid of Trump? Yeah. Jesus. All he's got to do is shoot. No bouncing around, no fancy astronaut stuff. All he's got to do is shoot. All right, I'm going to go get something to drink. You tell everybody about your show you got coming up today. Guys, we are halfway through today's show, and we are only 180 away from today's goal. So, never mind, we're 175 away. Atomic Ray with $5 over on Rumble.
Thank you.
Atomic Ray says the RNC convention is very solid on their choice in Trump, but over at the DNC convention, they have a game plan to pick their nominee. Yeah, they could. I mean, theoretically, they could kick Biden out at the convention, but that'd be such a fucking disaster that the whole party would turn on itself, and
it's not going to look good. And like I said, sure, they could turn on Biden and nominate someone else, but who are you going? Like, literally, nobody's polling that's going to do better.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it might just be a waste year. You grabbed an old fuck, and now he doesn't want to leave, and now you're living with the consequences of that. All right, we'll get to video of the shooter climbing up the roof. We've also got a DEI professor saying that they're worried that the Trump shooting is going to cause black voters to switch to Trump. That's not fucking racist at all. And we got some eyewitness accounts of what happened with the Trump shooting. Oh, and by the way, we did have Ozone ask earlier today. He said, why do all your big PayPal things come at the end of the show? Well, you know what we're trying to prove to Ozone? The big PayPal drops come during the show as well. So let's prove it to him. 175 away from today. The links are up on the in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc. Thank you guys very, very much. Let's keep knocking that number down. You guys are doing great. I'll be right back.
All right. So I'll be on today at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time on Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. On YouTube, you can also look for Johnny K, or you can look for at Just Kidding LLC. We'll be going from 2 to 5:30. We'll have news, I'm sure, whatever new news is available on the Donald Trump stuff. We'll cover that. We also have a story about the, I think it's the Ruth Bader Ginsburg statue. It was, I didn't realize it was traveling. I thought that it was on like the halls of justice. Apparently the statue was traveling, and while it visited an area in Houston, someone beheaded it. So we're going to talk about that for Landers. What do you mean blow break? Aaron's going to get blown? I don't know. Slam piece, now more like suck piece. But I don't think that wasn't long enough to get a blowjob. I don't know what you mean by, yeah.
Hey, I don't know what you were saying, but I have to address something.
What's that?
It's very important. Landers says in the chat, blow break. No. As a matter of fact, I need to come down about 5 more. I'm starting to, as I get a little more comfortable and I'm away from crazy people and, addicts and things like that, there's been a few more bad decisions made.
Oh, Jesus.
Somebody may have packed on about 5 since my departure, but it's staying there. It's staying at the 5. But I feel like if I eat more of these,
See, I assume he meant a beeger. Like, that's what he meant by blow break. And I was like, well,
she's gone. She left.
Still going with it's a she, huh?
Look.
There you go. Really throw him off the scent.
What I'm saying is, a mouth's
You're
a
done
mouth.
with women after the last one?
No. A mouth's a mouth. No, I got to rescue not rescue. I got to save my perception of the gender. I got to lean in one more time.
Just saying, man, 3 strikes and you're out makes sense. Like,
the first wife, not awful. I don't think. Excuse me. I'm sorry, guys. I'm being very rude. But the first wife, I think I've been very clear. Somebody was a real bastard in that relationship. I wouldn't say she was a terrible person, or she was a bad partner, or anything like that. I would say that somebody got a little taste of local radio fame and was doing comedy shows every month, and somebody just couldn't say no every time. And had himself a little step out situation. That was 100% on me. 1,000% my fault. This last one, plenty. Let me put it this way. Let me be very generous. Plenty of blame to go around. Two people who were in it for different reasons, and two people who definitely had different motivations in life, I would say. And like I said, one went that way, one went that way. A lot of butting of the heads, so to speak, figuratively speaking. And it just didn't work. Here's the problem. Here's the problem I have with the second one. The problem I have with the second one will always be this. I can definitely cop to the mistakes I made. I can definitely cop to my shortcomings and what I did wrong in the relationship. Hiring her here, putting the show before her in that situation, the swinging, the drugs, everything else like that. Her, not being more sensitive to her concerns about the internet. Certainly, just maybe me trying to, instead of empathize and be with her on that, trying to pull her out of it and going, you're going to be fine. It's okay. Don't listen to these fucking retards. Even though that's the right advice, people have to come to that on their own. And I kind of tried to drag her into that. So I can definitely say where I fucked up. But I will say this. I never got that reciprocation from the other party. It was always, yeah, you did fuck up. Yeah, you are this. And I just think that's such an evil thing to do to somebody when you've clearly hurt them and you've this shit isn't coming out of nowhere. And then you go, and then you do this thing where you're like, they bare their soul to you and tell you what they did wrong. And you go, yeah, fuck you. Yeah, you did. Yeah, I am the victim. Yeah, you are a piece of shit. It's like, wow, really? That's what you're gonna do?
You should have looked at that ground before you put the pool there. I told you it was unlevel and it wasn't going to work. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, you have the same kind of thing with the pool.
Right.
Yeah. So you understand what I'm saying?
I was like, just a little bit of planning. Like, let's work this out just a little bit. No.
Psychological abuse and manipulation and shit like that. Totally the same thing as the pool. I'm glad somebody understands what I'm saying. Thank you. I appreciate that. $5 from Honky. Honky says the most common sound during sex when Aaron was at the Ricadas was on guard as Nick and Aaron foreskin fenced. Then it ended with docking like they did on Avatar. I am going to beat this rumor that I had gay sex with Nick.
Avatar docking is the worst one.
It did not. I did not have sexual relations with that man, Mr. Ricada.
He had sex with me.
Never once. Never once. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, Aaron, you should have stayed with the first. I would have stayed with the first one. She was and is way better than the second one. Well, hindsight and all. Hindsight 2020. Lost Chaos Synthesizer says, you beat off the Nick rumor all over your face. No, I don't think you guys understand what you're saying. I'm gonna let it go at that. I think, you know what? I think all of your blood sugars are low. That's the problem. 170 away from today. I lied. Adam Simon gifting a membership. 165 away from today. If you'd like to keep contributing, there's all the links in the chat. Thanks for the 165. You want to get it under 100 by the top of the hour? I'm not gonna fucking argue with you about that. King Kong Dong says you didn't have sex with him. You did anal. That, first of all, anal is sex. Second, never happened. We're not done with this Trump stuff. I wanted to get to more of this. Not whether or not I'm a raging, recovering homosexual.
I don't know. You're the one scarfing chocolate. And peanut
It's
butter.
not a metaphor. Dick. Thank you very much.
That's what got you here. Hungry for dick.
Oh, you're saying that the reason I've gained 5 pounds is because I'm replacing the dick.
Right. You have a void that needs filling.
Oh, well then in that case, yeah, maybe I should go talk to somebody. Alex Jones 2 with $10 says, Alex Jones 2 here. This is a shameful day for democracy, for the republic. Trump is a good friend of mine, and if he dies, they're going to turn the freaking frogs gay. Thank you, Alex Jones number 2. $10 says, here's a fake dono from a fake account. Stay tuned for further developments. There you go, guys. Another fake dono. I say have at it. 145 away from today. Again, thank you very much. That goal seems to be dropping very, very quickly. If you want to keep making it go down, that's a terrible way to say that. Go ahead and chip in on any of those links. All right, let's continue. Thank you to the fake donor and to Alex Jones, number 2. Let's play this video. And I have a feeling more and more of these are going to come out in the next few days. We're finding, and look, just because something may be true doesn't mean something's a conspiracy. But when you have a job that is so thorough and so important as like the Secret Service and the local law enforcement and all this, anytime there is a fuck up, people are going to think, well, these people are too good to fuck up. This had to be a planned thing. So like anytime they see that this shooter was known and wasn't taken out, they're going to think, oh, they were trying to get Trump killed rather than, oh, these guys fucked up at their job. Now, Johnny, I don't know where you lean on it, but to me, I think it's a coin flip. It could go either way. Like, it is possible that even the Secret Service fucks up their job. It's also possible that, you know, given the amount of enemies that Trump's made, there was maybe an order given. That's all I'll say.
I just, like, with the Mandalay Bay shooting and everything, I was like, oh, someone fucked up at their job. But really, like, I mean, the level of fuck up here, like, it's a Trump rally. You're telling me that this one building inside the range of, like, the CIA and them and the Secret Service covering out, he just got inside of that just enough. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, how close he got is disconcerting.
And the other thing is, too, is like, no offense, the best way to prevent a sniper from taking a position somewhere is to have one of your own already there covering the crowd and watching him with like someone covering his back.
Right.
So my other question is, why wasn't there already like a police officer or somebody like there covering that angle so nobody could get up there and do anything?
It does, like 150 yards away or whatever, does seem like a roof you should have somebody on.
Yeah.
So it does. I mean, here's the problem. None of us ever have any evidence when we say this stuff. So if you don't believe in this kind of stuff, people go, oh, you just sound crazy. And you're like, I know, look, I'm aware. I know I sound crazy. But at the same time, I'm not raising a crazy point. I sound nuts, but the point I'm making is sound. Why was there a guy allowed to get within 150 feet on a rooftop of the president? You'd think the perimeter would be like 500 yards or something like that.
Well, they also told us artificial sweeteners were safe and that Ann and Nicole married for love.
Yo, you try to take a shot at the president, you hit him in the ear, they fill you full of lead and bury you outside in unmarked graves outside Terralingua.
You know that for a fact?
Still got the shovel. Oh, but things ain't always as they seem, are they, Gunny? You know, Johnny, when it comes to that shot that hit Trump in the ear, I only know a few people who have made that shot. There's some guy in France, he's dead, dropped a building on his ass. Then there was a man named Bob Lee Swagger. I wouldn't know, never met the man. Then there was a Russian fella, a mean son of a bitch. Some folks shoot to kill, he'd shoot to wound. Turn one death into 4. Is it 7? Is it 7?
Yeah. I don't remember.
Turn one death into 7. All right, so here's the guy.
Look, they're all pointing. Yeah, someone's on top of the roof. Look. There he is right there.
Look at that.
See him? He's laying down. See him?
Yeah, he's laying down.
Did you hear what that person said in the background? Johnny?
Did they all see him?
No, there was somebody in the background that said that was the guy causing trouble before.
So this guy was doing shit before?
Well, here, let's play that back. So everybody sees him. I mean, you look, he's hiding in plain sight. He's just laying there. People are seeing him. And then some lady says in the background, that's the guy that was causing trouble before. Listen again.
There he is right there. Right there. See him? He's laying down. See him?
Yeah, he's laying down.
Did you hear that? Listen close one more time.
Yeah, he's laying down.
He was causing trouble before, I believe is what she said.
He's laying down.
Yeah. Oh, he was causing trouble before. So again, the guy was known. People saw him. A cop went up.
Khaleesi.
It is known Khaleesi. The cop went up, saw the guy, had the gun pointed at him, and then he fucking retreated back down those steps, and then the guy started firing away. So, like, this was very preventable. Very preventable.
Which is why I think it wasn't supposed to be prevented.
I know it's hard not to think that way, especially since it's Trump. Like when Steve Scalise got shot, that congressman, nobody thought, oh boy, that was an inside job to take out the very crucial, very important Steve Scalise. No, that I can believe was some kind of lunatic, and it was at a congressional baseball game, so it's not like there's crazy security around it. But this is a guy who wants to upset the apple cart. This is a guy who wants to reset the natural order of things and, wants to do stuff that the people in charge don't want done. And they have been clearly desperate to get rid of him. They've tried everything. They've tried throwing him in prison. They've tried replacing his opponent. None of that's worked. And now some guy that got within 150 yards on a fucking rooftop at a rally, who was spotted by multiple people, who a cop even went up to confront and then ran away, was able to get a shot off on him. I have a hard time believing that all of these people with sniper rifles who are around this area I'm guessing, Johnny, that they scan the area regularly, right?
Right. And that's another thing, too. If you're trained as a sniper, like, you're going to know where an ideal spot to be. Like, you're not going to have to scan through the crowd for, like, if you're looking for a sniping position. So the fact that, again, that rooftop right there inside that range, like, how we had nobody watching it or on it just as a covering thing, how that was completely available, it just, it seems too perfect.
And the more I hate when this happens to me, the more I watch this, the more I see these videos and stuff, the more I go, yep, I'm leaning towards, this was
deep state.
Yeah. The more I'm leaning towards, this might have been a hit.
Instead, I'm here with you fighting like hell to get a Senate.
What's happening?
And to make sure we take back the White House, because if we do, we're going to make America better than ever before. We're going to make it.
Yeah, look, here he is.
Easy, because we have millions and millions of people in our country that shouldn't be here.
He's not like camoed. He's not disguised. He's just moving around, adjusting his ball sack, just getting himself comfortable. Nobody.
Again, somebody should be watching this roof and should be either on it or like visually watching it and being like, hey, we've got somebody over here. Like how that hole existed. And on top of that, like, okay, this is some random nut job, some random wacko. He has no military training. Nothing.
Right.
So he found the one perfect roof to shoot from with the most ideal spot, and he found the perfect holes in the security to squeak in there with his rifle.
Right. That's the other thing. You see where he is. He's like at the back of the crowd.
It just doesn't make sense how he got up there with no security to stop him at any point. Like, no, I don't. It just seems a little too convenient.
Uh-oh. Johnny, I'm in a little bit of trouble. We'll get back to you and I developing our conspiracy theory in a second here.
Uh-oh.
So I had this, they call them Scotcheroo bars.
Yeah.
I had one of these in the fridge last night. And I forgot I had it until just now.
Slam pieces?
My girl did ask me last night. She goes, hey, do you have any snacks? And I'm like, I have like some lime chips and salsa. I have some stuff. You want some sandwiches? I got some pizza rolls. I got stuff like that. I forgot about the bar that I had in the fridge. She must be watching right now. She said, you had Scotcheroo bars last night and didn't tell me when I asked if you had snacks. Don't ever talk to me again.
And there goes another one. He's single again, ladies.
I did my best, but I guess my best wasn't good enough. You know, you got to admit these broads are a little high strung when scotcheroo bars will do it. Either that or remarkably
Actually, yeah,
principled.
I'd say that's a good way to, like that's the way to like take positives out of it, man.
Yeah. Withhold snacks
this
from
happened.
these bitches.
It
and
was
see what
sad,
happens.
but if that's all it took was a scotcheroo bar.
Yeah. At least the last one needed degeneracy, swinging, and cocaine to realize that.
And a Mustang.
And a Mustang, yeah. After she made me buy that Tahoe because she said she wouldn't be with a guy who drove a minivan. Son of a bitch, I was trying to be a Menards dad. Now I've got a drug dealer car. Black rims and shit.
She was putting out a hint, Aaron. You got the vehicle, but you didn't play the rest of the character.
God damn it. There were breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs, I say. Somebody texting in, it's weird, last week you were making a bunch of shooter references. Now all of a sudden there was an attempt on the president. Hey, wait a minute. I make a shitload of shooter references every week. Thank you very much. I want to see the rest of this video and see how much this guy moves around and jostles his ball bag and nobody knows what the fuck's going on.
Dangerous people, criminals. We have criminals. We have drug dealers. We have people that should not be here. On the roof. It's much tougher than
I mean, good God. He's not even like army crawling.
No.
He like kind of got he clearly has like no training whatsoever. And so a lot of people might be like, well, see, that's why it's not it's not a government thing. But like, yeah, sure. But then again, I still have to ask you, how did, like, okay, sure, they found a random nut job willing to kill the president. But I'm saying if they found this nut job, they certainly let him in. It's too weird.
Again, I can only go with two things. Either they were letting this happen or they really fucked up their job here really bad. And people have to be fired. Like, I'm sorry, you may have done a great job tackling the president and getting him to safety and all that, but only after they had a free shot at his dome. Like, if nobody gets fired, I'm going with this was a setup.
We can't charge Ray Epps. He was de-escalated.
Yeah, where was Ray? Where was he?
Where was Ray?
Las Tejas.
If I remember, he was the one outside the rally going, we need to go onto the rooftop. Like, I think it was him.
Did you see how fast the snipers returned fire after that guy started shooting? They clearly knew where he was and saw him.
Yeah. As soon as they turn around and start shooting at him, they should have had someone again, why was there nobody on and or watching that? Like, even if you're scoping different areas, moving around, just scanning the crowd, someone should have looked at that roof at some point.
Yeah. Las Tejas Synthesizer says the counter sniper team watched him fiddle with his rifle for like 5 minutes, ordered not to engage. Counter sniper returned fire against orders after the shooting started. I don't know, man. I mean, you had people just sitting up there pointing. He's right there. Like, I'm going to do another movie reference. Like when all the kids started pointing at Colin Crisp and yelling, stranger, stranger, in Kindergarten Cop. At least John Kimball jumped into action. Not here. We didn't have any John Kimballs this day. We just had a lot of Senator Mitchum from Nebraska. No, Montana. I'm sorry. Bigot on socialist media says, how many cunts saw this man and were shouting, there's a man up there, and no one did anything about it? Well, I mean, look, it's not the crowd goer's job, although how fucking cool would it have been if a team of Trump supporters just went up and kicked the shit out of this guy?
Yeah, just a bunch of dudes like, all right, we got to do something about this.
Yeah, I don't know.
Start throwing piss bottles up at him.
Yeah. Just keep all the truckers that are at the rally are just throwing their spit and chew bottles at the guy. He's just too full of piss and chew spit to continue on. He's like, all right, fine, I'm not doing it.
It's gross.
Oh, icky, sticky. Fauci's Pangolin says, did you see what this guy looked like? It was his only chance at fame. Yeah, he was a rough-looking motherfucker, as they say. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says Aaron's going to be 3.5 pounds. I'm sorry, 350 pounds before summer is over. He is eating snacks uncontrollably. I wouldn't say uncontrollably. I needed a little sugar today. I'm trying not to do Celsius because it makes me go fucking bananas. I saw my leg bouncing one day. Somebody clipped my leg bouncing one morning, and I went, oh my God, I've got to fucking stop with these energy drinks. This is madness.
Yeah, but then you're gonna start seeing that gut go out a little bit. You're like, oh, I gotta put back. I gotta start using these energy drinks.
It's
anything.
It seems to be
anything
a damned
to stay
if
fit.
Yeah, damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation. King Kong Dong just sent me something over on Facebook. I'm waiting for it to load. Here we go. It's a picture. Here we are. Breaking. Jonathan Willis, the officer in the famous photo of the two snipers on the roof at Trump's rally, has informed the public that he had the assassin in his sights for at least 3 minutes, but the head of the Secret Service refused to give the order to take out the perpetrator. They prevented him from stopping the assassination attempt before he took shots at President Trump. Now, I don't know if that's true or if that's just some kind of Facebook rumor, but I know this. I'd like to know a little bit more about that.
It certainly seems like it makes sense. You have literally counter snipers up there, and one of their main jobs is to like check areas where snipers would be and stop them. The idea, like I said, that nobody looked at, watched, or checked on that roof the entire time that fucker was bouncing around on it.
Not only bouncing it around on it, but he's the only guy, like, he's not Secret Service. He's the only guy with the gun pointed at the fucking stage.
He's in jeans and a t-shirt. He wasn't even remotely tactically dressed.
I will defend him on this, Johnny. I am getting word it was casual Saturday. And I honestly, especially on days where there's a presidential rally, I think we should do away with casual days at the Secret Service.
Look, guys, we're not just a terrorist cell, okay? We're like a fun group, okay?
Yeah,
so,
come on, guys. These are team-building exercises.
This is casual day.
Yeah. Guys, don't think of me as your boss. Think of me as your buddy. Now, come on. Let's go out there and whack a president. What do you say? Come on, guys. And casual. Casual. Remember, you've only won if you've had fun. We say this all the time. Triple N says, Aaron, Coke is a great way to lose weight. Hey! God damn it. Lost Chaos Synthesizer says, on the Sunday morning shows, the Secret Service spokesperson was justifying the counter sniper not engaging beforehand because they did not have positive identification of a threat.
Man with a gun.
Over there, telling me that I got to beware. I think it's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? The CIA knows what's going down. There's a man on the roof over there telling me that the deep state is aware. It starts when you're always afraid. Do your job, the man come and take you away. All right, Hulkamania Baby becoming a member for 26 months. He sends us a YouTube clip. Let's take a look. Thank you, buddy. I had gay sex with Nick. No, it did not.
Avatar docking is the worst one.
No, it did not. I never. You clipped that out of context. First of all, this looks like Johnny's having his own Coke stream. I had gay sex with Nick. That's not, no, I said there's a rumor out there that I've had gay sex with Nick, not I had gay sex with Nick. See, Hulkamania Baby, you clipped that incorrectly, and that's not what I said. I had gay sex with Nick. No, it did not.
Avatar docking is the worst one.
And then you interrupting me didn't help that clip not get made. Oh, you're all in cahoots. You're all in cahoots.
Well, apparently you were in Nick.
I wasn't, though. Each other's wives? Sure. Each other's wives fucking around with each other? Sure. No gay shit. No gay shit. I say this again with the utmost certainty and respect. I don't want anyone to feel, left out. Jesus, honky, that was mean. Lost Chaos Synthesizer says, no, Aaron, Nick had gay sex with you. That's not, neither of these are true. Neither of these are true. I need to save my reputation. 145 away from today's goal. If you guys would like to chip in, we have an hour and a half to knock that out. We're doing great. Thank you guys very much for your support. Ozone also said earlier today that all of our big PayPal donations come at the end of the show. So we were really embarrassed by that. And we wanted to see if we could maybe turn that, turn that narrative around and see if maybe we could, those would come in later, those would come in earlier. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Johnny.
No, I'm just saying, so far his grandma's really helped out with that big 50. Could use a few more big ones like that, and the goal will be done today.
Not saying they should. Not saying they shouldn't. It's up to you guys. It's up to you. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, the whole deal. Again, 145 away from today. All right, let's get back into things here. We've got a little more Trump stuff left. I don't like this, man. I don't like that there's so much fucking smoke around this thing. I mean, just seeing how close that guy was. And people are at the rally as Trump's speaking, and they're just going, he's right there. He's right. Hey, he's right. Like, nobody saw Oswald before he shot Kennedy.
Right.
It's...
Well, that's because he didn't, Aaron.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's because Johnson was... what was the other one? The cop that goes up the ladder and then comes back down. And then the Secret Service guy, the sniper, who had the guy in his sights for 3 minutes and was told not to do anything. I don't know. It's just... It's just looking... I hate it when things look a certain way because if you say they look a certain way, people are going to think you're nuts. But I also...
Yeah, but we're all saying it looks a certain way. So at this point, who's nuts? Like, we're all nuts? Like, a lot of people are like, dude, this looks very suspicious.
Yeah.
And granted, there are plenty of people who be like, oh, yeah, people are just dumb. You're overreacting. No, 3 minutes that they had the guy say, oh, we don't know that he's a credible threat. There's nobody's supposed to be on the roof.
Right.
No. Why? Credible threat. He's where he's not supposed to be.
Right. Chevy fan with $2 says, well, we know the shooter's not Aaron. He actually hits his goal. There you go. And knock out ours today. Very kind. Lost Chaos Synthesizer says, if the ghost of Shinzo Abe hadn't whispered to Trump, making him turn his head, Trump would have been dead. Oh, shoot. Honky says the shooter and April post-divorce both miss. Miss, you see. Trucker 18-wheeler with $2 says, check Rumble. I sent that clip with the first 5. Okay. Oh, we did miss one from Trucker 18-wheeler. I'm sorry, buddy. Now we're 140 away for today. Thank you. He sent a clip. Which one was it? I had gay sex with Nick. No, wait, you did not.
Avatar docking is the worst. He said he sent it with Rumble first. So
everybody's sending gay sex clips. They're sending them with money, so it softens the blow. It doesn't mean it doesn't hurt,
It hurts like when someone puts a pole in your back. Gay sex.
But I get it. That's a simile because it uses like or as. Oh, no, it's a metaphor. You didn't use like or as. I know what you're saying is a metaphor, but I've never had gay sex in my life. This never happened. No one suspected anything before the CIA, I mean Stephen Paddock, attacked Vegas. Yeah. It's, again, like, you want to call people crazy for asking these questions, but these questions exist because we're using our eyeballs and staring at it, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to us, and nobody wants to answer the fucking question. You want to see the full interview with that ginger fuck, by the way?
Yeah, dude.
He had a lot to say about what was going on. It's amazing. Didn't we only see him for like 20 seconds in that news clip?
Maybe. It was a very short interview. We just heard him saying, like, we saw him. We were pointing like there's a guy right there.
It's interesting because he did a 4-minute interview with the BBC. So,
okay,
go ahead and take a look.
Tell us what you saw. So we had a party here all day. You can see behind us at the Brinkles Farming Greenhouse here. We had a party. And we all decided, hey, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees up there under the shade, and watch and listen to the rally, right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, But we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof.
By the way, how awesome is it that he just repurposed his 2020 hat?
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
That's on brand.
Yeah. He just went, fuck it. Why am I going to spend $30-$40 on a new visor when this one works perfectly, makes my hair stand out nice, girls like it? I'll just put a 4 on it. Problem solved.
Of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, and, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what?
That's a good I like that every time he does it. That's a good impression of retarded policeman. It was like,
I have to say, man, fucking Beaker's like country cousin really should have gotten into like an acting gig.
Yeah,
He's got talent.
He should have gotten a role somewhere.
They didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof, we can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for 2-3 minutes.
Jesus.
Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof.
It's going to be so sad when that guy dies tomorrow. I didn't even know he had a drug problem. I had no idea.
It's weird. All the brakes on his truck went out simultaneously.
Isn't that strange when that happens? You would think that like one of the brake lines would be okay, but no, they all just kind of...
all 4 failed. And the weirdest part is right after he got an oil change and nobody noticed. Strange.
Yeah. He doesn't understand why every time he starts speaking frantically about this, he hears a voice behind him go, shh. I don't get it. I don't understand. Am I talking too loud? This guy's just out there blabbing all the secrets. Even while he's pointing at the roof, he's like, hey, there's a fucking guy up there. The cop's like, you shut the fuck up. We know. You're going to make us look really fucking stupid. All right? Everything's going the way it's supposed to. Why is he pointing his gun at the stage? Surprised like nobody pistol whipped this guy in the temple. Like, all right, shut him up somehow. Jesus.
Standing there like this, and next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling the police and the Secret Service.
We were telling the police. We were pointing at him for the Secret Service.
I love that he's got a beer, too. He's still drinking. Well, probably need to.
Yeah.
Probably got to take the edge off a little bit. You did just witness a near presidential assassination.
Yep. And you were calling it the whole time like, dude with a gun. Dude with a gun.
That would be great if you had like a guy with a flask back in the 60s. He'd be like, I tried to warn him. I said, that book depository don't look right. I kept telling them, look up there, look up there. And they said, shut up. And I said, I ain't going to shut up. Can't stop a rooster from crowing when the sun is up. I ain't no shit. He starts swigging on TV. This guy's just got his visor on with his orange hair sticking out of it, drinking a beer.
We were telling the police, we were pointing at them for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here?
Yeah, good fucking question. Johnny, why weren't there Secret Service on all of those roofs there?
I have no idea.
Strange.
Almost like they left one of them open for a reason.
Yeah. That guy came through. First of all, the fact that he was able to get into that area with a fucking gun is amazing, number one. But then how about...
Like I said, he walked up to security and like, hey, is that a gun? Nope, fishing pole. Sounds good.
Sounds good to us. By the way, open ladder over there with a roof that we're not on if you want to get a good vantage point of the speech. Crowd's a little big right now, but you could definitely be able to see everything from up there. Bring your fishing pole.
I mean, this is not a big place.
Did you see, obviously everyone, when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh, yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
I love this guy.
Oh, yeah, they blew his head off.
All right, they blew his fucking head off, dude. He's fucking dead. Don't worry about it. Oh, okay. You got to remember, this is a British guy, too. He's like, oh, so you mean the man was shot in the head region and he is now deceased? No, it's not what I said, man. It's not what I said. I said they blew his head off. Clean off.
Okay, just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching, but you're pretty sure they shot.
Oh, they did do the prim and proper British thing.
They blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching, but you're pretty sure they shot the guy.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
Yep.
You saw that happen?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or?
They crawled up on the roof. They had.
Isn't that interesting? Now they crawl up on the roof.
Weird. They followed him up on the roof and looked after it afterwards. They blew his head off right after he took his shot. Then they killed him, so we'll never be able to talk to him, or he'll never be able to explain what happened or why, and we'll just have to go, well, why would this crazy person attack Donald Trump? We'll never know.
You know what he said just before the cops shot him?
What's that?
He said to one of the authorities, I didn't shoot the president. Timmons was a setup. Those were his last words. I didn't shoot the president. Timmons was a setup.
Was a setup.
Yeah.
Their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was over.
It's incredibly shocking.
The guy was on the roof right there. You can see the white roof right there.
Did you get a look at him? Could you?
No, other than he was in muted colors, tan type clothing. We saw the rifle flinging around as he was trying to crawl. I mean, we saw the rifle, 100%.
Do you know about guns? Do you know what kind of weapon it was?
Oh, absolutely.
Fuck you.
Guns, for sure.
Yeah. Well,
do you know about guns? Motherfucker, do you know where you are right now?
First of all, British Chris Christie, you have to forgive him. He's from the UK. They don't know shit about guns. They haven't seen one since muskets. This guy could identify a blade, no problem, but guns, not really.
Sure. No, I mean, it was a rifle of some sort. I wouldn't know, I wasn't close enough to read the label on it, but,
sure. But
it was a rifle of some sort. Yeah, absolutely.
So how do you process what you've just seen?
Drinking. This beer in my hand here, pretty much keeping me going at this point.
I'm going to pound this Keystone, and then I'm going to pound my sister, and it's going to be a good day.
Then I'm going to figure my shit out.
I don't know what to say, man. All I'll tell you is, if I walked up close to there with anything that Secret Service considered a problem, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you
right now. That's what I don't get about the guy on the roof. How was he able to get within 150 yards with a goddamn gun? Unless somebody wanted him to be there with a gun. This is like Denzel Washington at the end of fucking Manchurian Candidate. I hope you're hanging out and having fun. All of a sudden,
I thought you were going to say it's Denzel Washington at the end of Fallen. And he's like, see, I told you I was going to tell you about the time I almost died.
But I don't know why a guy who we're standing there pointing out to police and Secret Service is crawling up the roof. Yes, right there by that tree. We were outside the security perimeter. But my question is, there's only a few buildings around here. Why is Secret Service not at every building here?
Right.
Well, there's a whole bunch of questions I think that are going to come.
There's a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Yes, she was right in front of me. She kept going back and forth right in front of me. Yes.
Tell us about her.
That's a great question, dude. Like, why wasn't there Secret Service on every single rooftop? And again, maybe the answer is like an answer we don't want. But still. Ugh. Just the fact that that guy was there.
It's too suspicious. Like he said, there's so few roofs, you can't have them all covered. We have reports of a sniper being like, yeah, I had a bead on him for like 3 minutes, but couldn't give permission to shoot till we knew he was a threat. Well, I mean, at that point, you're saying, well, we can't give him permission to shoot until he strikes first.
Right. 383 Novocaine with $5 says, just like Walls telling the National Guard to stand down and let it burn. I mean, I was going to say this is worse than that, but I guess it's kind of comparable. Slap My Ass Sally, becoming a member for 26 months, says Steel Toe for life. Wow, thank you very much. And Adam gifting a Steel Toe membership. Thank you for that, sir. That puts us just 135 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Fauci's Pangolin says it wasn't 150, Aaron. It was 520. Haven't we been hearing from all of the news people that it was 150 yards?
Yeah, I have no idea. I thought we were hearing 150.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I did fire that bullet 4 weeks ago at a can of stew.
But at the end of the day, you can't hide from the truth, you son of a bitch. Aaron can secure a marriage. That's what we know. Thank you, Chevy fan. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I just, the whole thing is the more we cover it, the more we talk about it today, the more I'm having a hard time not saying this.
Nice tight loose end to tie up there with him getting that whole noodle shot, so we'll never hear from him at all.
Yeah, we'll never know any. Although I will say this, you really have no choice at that point but to take that guy out.
I'm not saying there were a whole lot of options. I'm just saying, again, it's really nice that they blew his head off after he took his shot at the president.
By the way, still over 1,000 of you watching the show right now. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe. We appreciate it. That thumbs up is really important. That's very crucial. We do appreciate you hitting that. J. Brock Contrarian says, I'm glad he was unsuccessful, but this shows why a headshot from that much distance is not proper. You go for the chest, Sniper 101 people. Yeah, because it just took Trump turning his head a little this way to make that bullet hit him in the ear instead of right on.
Do you have that? Because I don't know about you, but like if I go over something a lot, sometimes it'll like come out at weird times, like say maybe I'm sleeping. So do you ever worry that while you're asleep, like maybe with like Slam Piece or something, you're going to say like you need that thumbs up? It really helps out a lot. And then
no, but
you're just going to get that.
I was sleeping once. I think it was last week. I did fall. I was sleeping, and she said, "You did sleep talk." And you said, don't worry, I brought the fishing poles. I put them over there for you because I thought you'd like that. And she goes, I'm pretty sure you were talking to April in your sleep. Because like April and I would go fishing and shit. So I was like, oopsie daisy. She's like, yeah, it's not a big deal. She goes, it's just what you were sleep talking about. Like, uh-oh. Gotta figure out how to not do that anymore. Big Vulgar Daddy Wad Launcher Splooge Town Mayor with 199 says, launch your wads. You heard him, boys and girls. Don't be a gay. Big Vulgar Daddy Wad Launcher Splooge Town Mayor. How is that not one of the top 10 best names you've ever heard?
I'm amazed it got through the filter.
Right? 135 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. We appreciate your generosity and your kindness. Keep going. Let's knock it out. What do you say? Hour and 10 minutes left. only 135 away from overtime and extending our perfect streak to 11. Then also, we did have Ozone challenge us earlier. Ozone said, why do all your big PayPal contributions come at the end of the show? Huh? So I decided, well, guys, if you want to take Ozone up on his challenge, we could have those PayPal contributions come in earlier than that. Links are in the chat. Throw in if you want. All right, we got one more Trump story, and then we can get on to all the dead people from this weekend. Jesus Christ. This is kind of funny. It's also, I don't know if it'll be true or not. It's just funny to watch liberals be really racist towards people they keep trying to say that they have their back of. A professor at USC, a USC business and education professor, and self-described diversity, equity, and inclusion expert, has penned an article expressing concern that black men might be drawn to former President Trump because he survived an attack with a gun. You can't get more racist because, look, if you or I say that, it's fine. We're garbage. We admit we're garbage. We say that we do racial humor. We do stuff like that. So, yeah, all the boys in the hood are going to think Trump is the shit because he got capped and he survived. Okay, blah, 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 that's fine. When you're like a super progressive person who claims to be into DEI, you're not supposed to acknowledge that kind of stuff exists.
Right. No, we're all equal.
Yeah.
There isn't one community that seems to have a higher rate of just like internal violence and issues with guns.
And if anything, to say that would be very racially prejudiced. It would be terrible to say such a thing. But early Sunday morning, about 14 hours after the deadly shooting that nearly cost Trump his life. And by the way, the first 12 hours after an event like this are always the best for like think pieces and editorials and tweets because everybody's just launching diarrhea of the mouth at people. And that's when you come up with the real gold. So this Sean Harper writes an article titled, "Will Trump seize the apparent assassination attempt against him as an opportunity to meaningfully address the epidemic of gun violence in America?" I think he should just let Shane Gillis give his speech and just say, what are we going to do? Give up our guns like a bunch of fucking gay guys? I think when he goes up, because you ever tell people from other countries that we're number one? You ever go to a swim up bar and go, we're number one, right? And they're like, oh, what about all the mass shootings? And you're like, at least we're not gay. It's a good point. In the column entitled, "Will Surviving Gunfire Be Donald Trump's Next Appeal to Black Voters?" Harper seemingly waxes indignant that Trump has attempted to reach out to the black community, black men in particular, because of their shared experiences with the criminal justice system. Meaning, Trump has said like, hey, look, they're coming after me. They're trying to charge me with shit that I'm not guilty of. Can you relate? Blah, blah, blah. That's fine for a Republican to do that. They're not the ones saying that shit doesn't exist or that shit's just unfair, whatever. Like, so now with his new thing, it's almost like people like this Sean Porter are mad Trump got shot because it's going to help him.
Yeah. Like I said, they would much rather that either nothing happened,
right,
or if Trump got shot, it was a one and done scenario.
Right. That either what they're trying to say is either kill him or don't do anything. But certainly don't nick him. Nick him. So I just find this really weird coming from the progressive thought police crowd that now all of a sudden they're taking their good friends, the black community, and going, shit, Trump got shot and he survived. That's all black people care about. They're going to start voting for him now. It's like, well, no, I'm sure they care about like getting jobs and affording food and shit.
No, don't be serious, Aaron. They're short-minded animals. They just go, I got bullets too.
Right? I just think if I said the shit that they mean, I would be so over so quickly. Like if I just went, oh shit, all these black guys are going to vote for Trump now because all they care about is people getting shot and surviving, and they think that's really gangster shit. That's all black men give a fuck about. And people will be like, wow, that's the most racist person I've ever seen. I'll be like, oh, no, I'm sorry. I was reading the words of a Democrat. Sorry about that, guys. The presumptive Republican presidential nominee, this is Harper now, contended that the August 2023 release of his criminal mugshot deeply resonated with black voters because they know firsthand the unfairness of our nation's criminal justice system. Now, that should be your chance to, like, call Trump racist and be like, oh, he thinks black people are going to like him just because he has a mugshot. But instead, he, like, doubles down and goes deeper. So I don't know what he's allowed to complain about.
Yeah.
Because he's the one going, oh, now they're going to like Trump more because he got shot. It's like, oh, is that a thing that black people do? Because you criticized Trump for saying that about his mugshot before.
And it's weird how, like, Hillary Clinton can pull a bottle of hot sauce out of her purse to prove she's just like black people, and she goes through the same things they do. And, oh, don't we have shared experiences? And Donald Trump can go, see, I'm being penned up by the legal justice system almost unfairly, like they have some sort of weird axe to grind with me, too. Isn't that a shared experience that some of your community goes through? And then you watch black people literally sit there and argue about, well, Trump's a criminal and he committed a crime and he should pay for that crime, but the justice system isn't fair to black people. Like, oh, okay, so it's not fair to black people, but the minute the white guy goes to jail, it's because he committed a crime. It's never, ever, it can't ever be that the justice system has it out for this guy.
Right. You know what we wanted to watch? The Jamie Roars thing.
Oh, yeah.
Because we were talking about the guy who died, the guy who got shot in the head at the Trump rally.
Covering his family. And
yes, he died covering his wife and his daughter. He's a regular hero. We want to do sort of juxtapose that with a guy from about 11 years ago when The Dark Knight Rises came out and there was a shooting at a theater in Aurora, Colorado. This guy's name is Jamie Roars, and he was at a movie with his girlfriend and their baby. Now, first of all, taking a baby to a movie theater, let alone a midnight showing of The Dark Knight Rises, it's an asshole move. But it wouldn't be the biggest dick move that Jamie Roars made that night. Let's go ahead and watch this clip. This is how old this is. Piers Morgan had a show on CNN. This is Jamie Roars and his girlfriend. And notice the facial expressions on the girlfriend and whether or not she thinks that her man might be a piece of shit loser. Let's check it out. It's a trip down memory lane.
I find myself just standing. And
that's right.
Just,
they went on the news.
My son's.
Yeah. This chicken shit, if you guys don't know what he did, because apparently they'd started this right in the middle. This chicken shit, when the shooting started at Aurora, you know the balcony seating that movie theaters are, and you know you have the little rail going down and it leads, you wrap around that and go to the door. He jumped over that to get down to the exit so he could run away from the gunfire, leaving his girlfriend and baby in the fucking theater while shots were going off.
And doesn't he try to come up with a reason too, like he was going to get help or something?
Oh yeah. He's got all kinds of fucking bullshit. If you guys have never heard of Jamie Roars before, get ready for this one. He's one of my favorites.
I guarantee you this. There were a shit ton of dudes in her DMs after this happened, and I guarantee she probably took at least one of them. Dude, you're done, dude.
The guy that saved her, some like black transfer student, or what do they call that?
Diversity
exchange student. Some black exchange student helped her and her daughter to safety. And this guy, meanwhile, fucking...
She better at least have, like, rub and tugged.
Right? At least giving him a little jack off. Real quick. Yeah.
I find myself just standing and just my son's on the floor and I'm looking around and, like, I see the balcony because the shots had stopped for a second. And I look over to see if I can jump over because I'm on.
Look at her face. Like, look at how disgusted she is by his retelling of this story.
I'd be too.
Like, just her face where she's like, fucking guy, god damn it. Why do we? Why would you agree to go on the news? Wouldn't you just want to get back to private life and not be known as the chicken shit that bailed on his family during? I mean, the lack of shame on this man is.
Dude, I'm not surprised in the slightest. You're telling me the guy that dropped everything to save his own ass and jump over a railing to run out, like, hey, we'd like to interview. Oh, I can be on the news? And also, did that baby just vomit on that guy's shirt? That looks like a weird.
I think you're right. That might be.
That looks like that baby done puked.
Hey, you can come on our TV show. Don't worry, if the questions get too hard, you can always just run away. That should be him the rest of his life. It's like, hey, we're glad to hire you at this firm. We just want to let you know, if you do take this job, if you have a tough day, you can't just get up and leave. All right, we need to know that you're going to stick around.
We don't want to think you're going to jump ship the minute something comes
right.
wrong.
We don't want you to jump the fence as soon as something bad happens. Just
jump over because I'm on top of the balcony and I'm contemplating in my head, like, can I jump, and can I jump with Ethan without him breaking his neck or me landing on him, and
she is. Oh my God, does she not want to fucking hear this shit?
Yeah, because you didn't do either of those. You just left them there.
I couldn't jump with my kid because what if my kid would break his neck? It's not that far of a fall. You hang on to the kid, you land on your feet, and then you flat back it a little.
And if you're being an actual hero about this, then okay, you jump over the thing and then you have them hand you the baby. You don't jump and go.
Right, and why not grab your girlfriend and have her jump with you? And oh, you little fucker. He just thought of himself and skedaddled.
As I turn...
He pulled a Benny in The Mummy.
He was really hoping that gunman would take care of this new problem he has where this lady that he really loved blowing loads into got pregnant, and now he has to be a dad, and he's not really up for it.
He's like, I really had a plan here, and it did not work out. She's like, honey, we made it. And he gets on the phone. He's like, oh, you did, huh? Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll be there. Is the shooter gone?
To find Ethan in the dark of the theater with the gas. I'm just so disoriented and I lose him. I just lose him. And then he opened fire again. And I'm like, you got to get Ethan. You got to get Ethan. So I'm...
Hey, guys. Ready for the reveal, Johnny? Do you think he got Ethan?
No, I think he left Ethan already.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, you got to run back. You got to run and find him and get him. And then one side saying, just jump. If you run back, you're dead. That's it. You're done. You're done. This is it. Just jump. Just pray that he won't kill your 4-month-old. Just pray that he don't.
Oh, just pray that he won't kill your 4-month-old. First of all, you fuck. Who brings a 4-month-old to a midnight showing of Dark Knight Rises? You're both dog shit parents, for one. For two, who runs away from their child and jumps and goes, just jump, save your own ass, and pray they don't shoot your fucking baby? You cunt.
I bet she didn't even want to go to the movie, but it was his idea,
right?
And she just wanted to get out.
Yeah.
Just like, because I'm sitting here, I've been carrying this kid for 9 fucking months. I've been, it's a 4-month-old, so my tits hurt. I'm milking them like crazy to feed this son of a bitch. It'd be nice to just not sit in this house.
Yeah.
And grow this kid for a minute. But yeah, I'm betting the Dark Knight thing was all this dude's choice. But
he dragged everyone to it and then bailed on them when they started catching lead.
Oh, fuck yeah.
This guy's one of the most hateable people in American history. Fuck Benedict Arnold. At least, Benedict Arnold was looking for career advancement and everyone kept stonewalling him. This guy's just a chicken shit.
Find him, and so I jump and I run and I land and I'm running. As I'm running, I'm looking behind me to see if people are running behind me. And
nope, everyone else was trying to save other people and help the people that were in the theater. You were the only guy chicken shit enough to cut and run, you fucking pig dog. Oh, are you? And I hate his matching gay ass Broncos hat with his awful shirt. Oh, fuck you.
I gotta say this, man. Cillian Murphy is way different in real life than
he's not as cowardly in the shows and the movies. Oh,
looking for her.
Funniest part about that joke, he was in Batman. So
oh yeah, who was he in Batman?
Scarecrow.
Oh, why was I thinking? I was thinking he was one of the gangsters in The Dark Knight. Oh yeah, that's right, he was Scarecrow.
Our daughter, and I don't see him, and one half's telling me, just go back in, go back, like you can't leave him in there. And it's like, well, if you go back, you're dead too. And what if our kids live and then they're orphans with no?
Oh, you did not.
He was totally thinking about the kid. Oh, if you go back and try to be a hero, you'll get shot, and then your kid will be an orphan. So I should probably just leave, and then maybe my kid will get murdered. And
I'm already planning on being a widow and how I'm going to use that to score so much puss.
Yeah,
dude, how does she not just slap him? Like,
right?
I'm sitting here looking at this, and like, if I were her, I'd just fucking slap the dude. Like, if you go back in, you're dead, dude. There's no going back in. You shouldn't have left without your kids in the first fucking place.
I think people either have the instincts within them to be a parent or they don't. I always said this about my last marriage. I was like, just didn't have the instincts or the attitude for parenthood. Maybe I should have caught that, and maybe that's my fault. This guy definitely does not have that mentality. He doesn't have that instinct. It's not buried somewhere deep within him. He has a fucking cut and run, save my own ass philosophy, and that's where it starts and stops with this dude.
Parents,
what makes you say
that? You're just thinking, like, please let him get out alive. And then I'm thinking, I don't want to live if they all die. I don't want to live if they all die.
Oh, yeah, but at least you will.
I mean, you did want to live if they all died. That was the whole jumping from the balcony thing. Remember, you had that thought in your head, should I go get my baby and jump with the baby?
But then if I go back in, you're dead. You're dead.
And then you decided to just jump and take off? Yeah, you had this chance already. You fucked that up. No, you won't. You fucked that up. Oh, this guy is the worst. And this is the best story he could come up with after a couple days to think about it? Come on, dude.
That relationship had to have ended like very soon after.
We'll look it up after this clip.
I'm praying, and I'm just praying. Just please let him get out alive. And I got a phone call from a Colorado number, and I answered it. And
it was, by the way, the black guy who saved his family. And
oh my God! I hope saved his family and cucked him in front of his wife.
Oh, hopefully, right?
Yeah,
hopefully, but no, she had to call from that guy's cell phone.
Thank God it was Patricia, and just telling me. I was waiting for her to tell me, like, I have Asa. Do you have Ethan? And I didn't know what to tell her. And thank God she had them both.
Patricia, thank God she had both our kids as I'm running away and sitting in the car out in the Dude, this motherfucker started driving, by the way. He got in his car and started driving and then turned around. He's all the way a selfish piece of shit.
There is one happy ending to this, and that is what happened in the hospital.
Oh, you ready for this part? This is the best part of the Jamie Roars story. This chicken shit abandoning his family during a mass shooting. And then what happened afterwards.
Later on, that Jamie did something very special. Tell me about that.
We were in the hospital for about a good 10 minutes. He had gone to the restroom and came out, and he just looked at me and he said, I know this isn't the time or the place. And he's like,
then don't. I hate it when people do that. I know this isn't the time or place. Then wait till it is.
Then that's why you don't do that.
Right.
And he's like, but will you marry me? And I said yes. And
you're an idiot.
Oh, fuck
then.
you.
Yeah.
Fuck you. I lose all sympathy for you.
Right.
No.
It's time to stop
will you
making
marry
decisions,
me? No,
buddy,
you
okay?
bailed like a bitch. Will you marry me? Of course not, you fucking chicken shit piece of... I want to marry the black guy. He's probably got a bigger dick. I certainly know he's got more of a ball sack than you do.
She asked her, will you marry me? And she's like, well, let's see. Qualities of a partner. Protector, we can work on that. Defender, we can work on that. Bravery, sometimes. And there was one time we were on vacation, and he grabbed a snake by the tail, but it turned out to be a garter snake, so it wasn't that big of a deal.
Earner, maybe?
Yeah, he'd either better have a big dick or a big bank account, because...
In his case, I think you need both. Because, I mean, no offense, I feel like you can find another big dick.
That's true. And
that guy might have a big dick, but he acts like a pussy.
Yeah. Try to find one with a set of balls next time. That would be nice.
The whole package.
$5 from Buffalo Jockey says she's pretty hot for a non-native brown person.
Oh, Jesus.
It's a hell of a qualifier. But thank you, buddy. $130 away from today's goal. If you'd like to chip in, boy, would we appreciate it. We've only got 45 minutes left, but we've only got 1:30 to go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Venmo, you name it. Throw it in, and we'll call this a good start to this week's set of shows. All right, we're done with the Trump stuff. We're done with the trip down memory lane. Let's go over the 4 people who died this weekend. It was, just one kept dropping after the other. It was insane. Before we do that, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Jerry Rice threatens reporter on golf course, telling them he'll fuck them up.
Yes,
I'm
please.
in. I'll take that one. The Williams sisters diss Harrison Butker at the ESPYs. All kinds of drama. All right, guys, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Of course, our friends at Midland have a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, parts, optics, knives, magazines, and so much more. Go ahead and make your order today at midlandarmory.com, and Midland will be able to deliver it to you, or if it's a firearm, to an FFL dealer, or if you are an FFL, then they can go ahead and deliver it right to you. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And then, of course, our friends at Stoney's are hosting the Steel Toe 10th anniversary party. It's going to be the Steel Toe family reunion. We've got Whiskey Pete. We've got Tom Chilstrom. We've got Johnny. We've got Oz. We've got Matt. We're going to try and get Corey, Adrian, and Gary. We're going to try and get all 3 of them to come out.
Wait a minute, Gary?
All of them.
You're going to get Gary?
I didn't say we're going to. I said we're going to reach out and see if we can make it happen. That's going to be at the 10th anniversary party, Saturday, August 10th at Stoney's Bar in Rockville. You know, when the two, when Et tu Brute dropped out of the anniversary show, getting Johnny a nice raise in the process for that show, the fans reached out to me and they said, us OGs would like it to be just Steel Toe people. Like, we don't give a shit about stand-up comedy shows. We've done a million of those.
Right.
Tom and Johnny and I will still do stand-up and shit, and we'll have Matt and Pete and Oz and whoever else comes out, do some time as well. But, they're like, we just want to see as many of the faces that made Steel Toe possible at this 10th anniversary event. So that's what we're going to turn it into. Get your tickets at eventbrite.com. There's only about 45 of these tickets left with a month to go. Get them again, eventbrite.com. For the Steel Toe 10th anniversary party at Stoney's. There's a cornhole tournament at 3 o'clock. That's when the partying starts. Come on out, hang out with us, have a great time, have some drinks on the patio, have some drinks inside if you'd like to. The show time is at 8 p.m. We'll all be good and tuned up by then. And then we're going to have karaoke and a party afterwards. The anniversary party is always the best day of the year for Steel Toe. It's always a blast. Come check it out. Saturday, August 10th at Stoney's. Get your tickets at eventbrite.com. There are only 45 left. And also, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Our pals at All Care Towing can come get you quicker than anybody. Whether you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, you have a motorcycle, heavy-duty equipment, doesn't matter. They can tow it all quicker than anyone. That is All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care. Buffalo Jockey with $5 says Oz is still alive. That's surprising.
Calls into my show all the time.
Does he really?
Yeah.
Oz calls into your show all the time?
Yeah.
Oz calls into the evening show like once in a while. Hold on.
He calls in like I mean, it's not like a regular thing, but I say a couple times a month at least.
Hold on one goddamn second. Hold on a minute here. I'll fix this. Oh, no, his phone's off. Never mind. I gave him a call and right away I got the answering machine. Oh, boy. Buffalo Jockey, thank you for your $5. 125 is our number for today. We are getting there, guys. Few more in the old PayPal, few more in the old Super Chats. We'll knock out that 125 and call it a victory and go to 11 straight wins for the tow. Thank you very much. Dr. Ruth died this weekend. She's one of about 6 people who croaked this weekend. Do you remember Dr. Ruth?
Yeah, dude. She was was she part of the whole sex experiment thing, or was it after? I don't remember. But either way, yeah, she's a well-known sex expert.
Oh yeah,
for a very long time.
She was like
Grandma got it.
Yeah, she was like one of the first people to come on TV and like talk about dildos and sex toys and like anything sexual. Like she was, dare I say, she was a pioneer. Dr. Ruth. She was a dirty old bitch. Let's see if we can find like a best of Dr. Ruth. Let's go to YouTube here and I'll find crowd spotted. Yeah, see, there's more and more of these videos coming out. Crowd spotted gunman on roof more than a minute before shooting. Yeah, assassination. I'm supposed to be dead, Trump said. Do you want to watch Trump address the assassination attempt?
Oh, fuck yeah. Normally I wouldn't, like, if he's like, oh, they tried to kill me. I'm supposed like, but dude, I'm sorry. I cannot legitimately believe that they ignored the gunman that long. That many people saw him, all of it. Like, oh, no, there wasn't. I'm not saying, like, oh, they groomed this guy to take the shot. But, no, I'm saying, like, they saw someone who could, and they're like, well, let's let him.
Well, let's see what Trump said. Then we'll watch some Dr. Ruth stuff. Here, you know what? I'll do the 2 minute. There's a couple of short Dr. Ruth clips.
Former President Donald Trump speaking out overnight after arriving in Milwaukee for the Republican National Convention.
Take a look at what happened.
Just 24 hours after his attempted assassination by a gunman at a campaign rally in Pennsylvania. The former president discussing...
I thought he was yelling fuck. When he was pumping his fist, he was saying fight. Fight. I was like, dude, is this guy getting up going like, fuck yeah. So you got to imagine the adrenaline is going through the roof at that point.
Well, yeah, because while you're on the ground, the shock of what happened is running through you.
Yeah.
By the time that they're picking you up, like maybe you're feeling the pain and stuff at that point. But with everything going on, you damn near died, and now you're obviously not safe, but you're in a more hopefully growing safer position.
Right.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh, fuck yeah. Like, again, like I'm surprised he didn't like try to push them away. Be like, I'm still here, motherfucker. Yeah. I'm still fucking here.
Pull a Lieutenant Dan and go, come get me. It's time for a showdown.
He needed to pull out a gun and go Wyatt Earp on. No.
Yeah, that would be the most badass thing if Trump just shot him himself. By the way, as good of a movie as that is one of the most hilarious,
cringiest moments ever
in any movie. No. Damn it, son of a bitch. No.
Called a very surreal experience with the New York Post, saying, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be dead.
Fuck.
Earlier in the night, President Biden addressing the nation from the Oval Office.
Biden said the same thing. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be dead.
Oh, I thought you said he said the same thing about Trump. He's not supposed to be here. He's supposed to be dead.
Yeah, he said the same thing. The thing is, Donald and I, neither of us are supposed to be here. Apparently, I didn't eat my poisoned mashed potatoes that they left for me, and that shooter didn't do what I told him to do, which was aim for center mass. So,
is the Grim Reaper even fucking real? Like the both of us.
Is there no escape from this surly hell for which I am a part of?
And then all of a sudden, in walks Brad Pitt and says, I'm on holiday.
I be on holiday, man. I from the next place. Everything gonna be airy.
Urging all Americans to reject political violence.
There's no place in America for this kind of violence, for any violence ever.
Queer? No.
Okay, so explain the Middle East.
Right. What if you raise our taxes? Then what? All right, so Trump says I should be dead. So he hasn't actually spoken. That was just something he said to the New York Post. Okay. I want to hear how much of a dick he becomes now after all this happening. Right? Like how much more of an asshole he starts acting like, because you got to feel a little immortal when you go through something like that.
A little bit, and I got to say I don't see how this hurts him in the polls at all. No. So, again, he wasn't having trouble before. He's not going to have any more. Yeah. It's going to go kind of smooth.
By the way, Dr. Ruth was 96. That old bitch lived a long, long time. Let's play a couple of clips of her. Like I said, she was one of the first people to go on TV and just talk really openly about sex. And she's, Dr. Ruth, there's two people that died this weekend where I went, oh, you feel bad. You're like, oh, shit, I thought they were dead already. Like, Dr. Ruth was one of them. I thought for sure Dr. Ruth had died.
Sometimes,
if
you don't feel aroused, if you don't feel sexually aroused at the same time, I tell you a secret. Give him an orgasm. It takes 2 minutes. It's not.
She's like, look, if you don't want dick, if you ain't trying to fuck right now, just jack him off real quick. He'll be fine. Suck him off. He'll be good. Takes 2 minutes. Like, Dr. Ruth is not part of, the women's empowerment movement where she's like, and if you don't want to, you just tell him no, and you tell him to fuck off, and you'll do it when you're ready. Dr. Ruth is like, look, just make the fucking budding sociopath you live with come so that he doesn't shoot up his workplace tomorrow.
Just fucking rail his rod, tickle his butthole. He's going to spray some glue, and you'll all get back to the prices.
Right. Everyone will be fine.
Give him an orgasm. It takes 2 minutes. It's not a big deal. Give him an orgasm. If he only touches your vagina and forgets about your nose and forgets about your breasts, you have to teach him. You have to take his hand, and you have to show him what you need on your belly, on your behind.
I like this bitch. She's just like, look, broads, what do you want him to do? Read your fucking mind? Maybe the last
guys, we're complicated. They're stupid. Give them some instruction.
Well, and here's the other thing. If you've been with a lot of people, some people liked this, some people liked that. Some people thought this was great. Other people thought that was great. So it changes. So you got to provide a bit of an instruction manual. So you're like, look, that thing you did before, that's not the thing I like. I like this thing over here. And you're like, oh, the last person I was with didn't like that thing. Okay, all right, well, here we go.
Well, the last person I was with liked it when the thing that they did was somebody else. What?
That's what we used to do.
What happened to you too, buddy?
Yeah. Oh, what's your favorite sex? When we do it with other people. Oh, okay. Well, then let's
I don't remember us ever doing that. Oh, that wasn't an us thing.
Yeah, right.
Wasn't it?
That's the weirdest thing is like
you were there in spirit.
You know what? There was one time it was really fucked up. Like I was doing something, and I realized that was something I did with the other person, and then I started doing it, and like it felt really good. And she's like, "Oh my God, where did you? Oh my God, when did you start doing that?" And I go, "Let's not talk about it." And there would be a couple things she would do where I'd be like, "Oh God, oh no."
Like you you learned this.
I had learned something. There was one time I did a move where she was like, "Oh, where did that come from?" Like, I just always wanted to try that, and I really did. It was something that I hadn't really done. I did it with her for the first time, and then she was like, "No, you got that from doing this with so and so." I'm like, "No, I swear to God, I didn't." But then I'm not going to get too graphic, but yeah, like sometimes that's again, I'm going to advise against ever partner swapping, especially like totally wife swapping, whatever, because it does create some awkwardness from time to time. I mean, it's still fucking barrels of fun. It's still fucking great. You're fucking slamming two chicks and nobody's getting mad at you, you know? Well, not all the time.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Then do the chicks get mad? We're like, hey, you showed him how to sling better dick. Or do they appreciate that? Like, thank God.
I know that Kayla was always, her and I just had a lot of fun with what we were doing.
Blood stuff.
I know that Nick and Kayla had their issues with how we all did things, and they would have arguments and fights all the time. April and I had this evolution from like December to March where we were like, hey, you know, you and we're fucking a lot now. Like it's fucking every day and it's crazy and blah, 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 blah. And then it went from that to like, we both were just like, yeah, I'm going to like, I started going with this person. She started going with that. So it shifted. I think at one point, like the cocaine fights started to create a lot of resentment between the two of us. Like I know that she hated me bothering her about it, and I know that I hated her doing it, and then lying about how much she was doing it when I'm fucking right there. So I know we kind of went to the other person for comfort, which is a terrible fucking idea because then they're just shit talking you, and I'm shit talking her. I'm not gonna pretend I was saying all the shit that bothered me about her. And I will say Kayla's an incredibly helpful listener and helper or whatever. And her and Nick would
She's got such tiny tits.
Like I learned from
Can't take it.
I learned from Kayla talking about I learned from Kayla talking about those two, like her reading their text messages about her. They were just trashing the fuck out of us the entire time. Like they were trashing us. We weren't really trashing them nearly as much. Like we were kind of talking about our own shit. Like we were talking about like what we liked and all that stuff. And I know that there was one day he read her texts and he was not happy about it. So we must have been talking too much about something. But then there was, when she read their text, she was like, yeah, they really just kind of talk shit about us a lot. Like, oh, this is after I was gone, by the way. I was still talking to Kayla. Her and I were still on good terms. But she was like, yeah, I read their texts, and they're really fucking shitty. It was really, I believe her words were, it really made me feel bad. I'm like, oh, no. So apparently they would spend their time bitching about us, and we would spend our time going, do you want that?
So just not to change the subject, do you think old Dr. Ruth is still slaying dick right now?
You think she just got to heaven and just started fucking?
No, I mean like just her body in general. Like she donated it to some sort of sexual science.
Oh, somebody's got Dr. Ruth's pussy right now.
Somebody's doing some. It's for work, Mom. It's for work.
Johnny, I have some breaking news.
Uh-oh.
I just want to confirm this. It just came onto my phone, lucky phone. I don't know specifically. Trump's classified documents case has been dismissed. They are not pursuing federal charges against Donald Trump for possessing those documents that they found at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, because then that would set a precedent.
That would go against the Supreme Court decision that was just recently handed down. So Donald Trump is free and clear on that one. There you go.
But yeah, I also think too, even if they could do it, like I said, in my opinion, that sets a dangerous precedent. Like, oh, Donald Trump had these documents at Mar-a-Lago. Like, yeah, and Joe Biden had documents in a cardboard box in his garage.
Yeah.
From when he was a senator. Like, so it's just, Trump has documents from his 4 years in office. Biden's got documents going back decades. Whose crime is greater now?
Yeah, right? Honky says April and Nick were making Snow Angels 2 of a nasal kind. That was one of the most adorable fucking gay nights of my life, I have to say. When Kayla and I would and then go make snow angels out on my deck. It was so childish. Like, we're both pushing, she wasn't 40 at the time. We're both pushing 40 and we're fucking and making snow angels. It's so innocent and gay. It's just retarded. Don't look
Your
at me.
Your midlife crisis is really hitting you early. Like, I haven't even had mine yet.
It was a fun night, though. I had a great time. I'm not going to take any criticizing of either woman's anatomy. Thank you very much. That was never the problem. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says Nick didn't like her pegging you. Oh, he's very much against it. Very much. I'll cop to that as long as you guys drop the Nick and I were pegging each other thing. That's fine. Sure. Just stuff shoved in my ass all the time by a woman. It's fine. Yes. Anything beats the gay. Flinty Gecko says, here's $20 in celebration of me surviving a motorcycle crash. Have a good day, boys.
Holy shit, dude.
Dude, congratulations on surviving. That's fucking great.
But more importantly, how is the bike?
Right. Is it damaged, like enough to maybe sell it on the cheap? We're spitballing here. Oh, by the way, guys, we're only 105 away from today's goal, so we're right there knocking on the door. We got about a half hour left. What do you say you just hammer the rest of it out? 105 to go. Be part of the rally that knocks it out. So anyway, yeah, let's get back to Dr. Ruth here. I apologize for the distraction of going down pussy memory lane. Continuing on.
Show it to him. Don't expect him to know it by himself.
I'm trying to figure out if it's healthy for us to watch adult movies together. I mean, we've been together so long to where, I don't know, I just feel, I'm just trying to see.
It's a great question, Adam, and I'm going to throw that.
You know what I'm going to say? And I think Dr. Ruth and I are going to disagree. I think porn is mostly bad in almost every situation. I'm not going to say I haven't enjoyed it, in my life. But I think it's bad. I think it's a desensitizer.
I absolutely agree with it being a desensitizer. I don't think it's porn necessarily that's bad so much as people. Porn is a power people generally can't be trusted to wield.
Right.
I mean, you can use it responsibly and when you need to, just as a sexual gratification thing. But it's really easy for people to just go into it and, like you said, get desensitized. People get addicted to it.
Yeah.
They get to the point where some people have to just pull it up on their computer and watch it all day while they work, like it's some sort of visual aid for staying alive. I don't know.
And also, like, my chick, she'll say things like, she'll be like, you do know they're performing, right? Like, a lot of that shit doesn't feel good. She'll be like, they're shooting it for camera angles and for filming purposes. She goes, a lot of that I don't want to fucking do. I'm like, are you sure you've never tried? No. But I bet you Dr. Ruth says watching porn is great for you. I think Dr. Ruth is a 96-year-old in a degenerate 22-year-old's body or mind.
I'll say this. It's not that watching porn is bad for you. It's the kind of porn you're watching. Like, if you're watching couples having sensual sex and just like that kind of stuff, and you're using it as some sort of aid and stimulation, like, okay, fine. But if you're watching like some girl getting fish hooked while two dudes that are carrying like what could easily be PVC piping as they just fucking hit her from both ends, then I mean, yeah, that's a little different. And if you're watching some cartoon called The Fisherman's Daughter where some chick is getting held up and every hole from her ears to her nasal cavities to what is getting drilled by like tentacles, then yeah, you've got a problem.
That might be a little okay. Yeah, you're right. Someone says the guy at the radio station who watched people getting railed during show breaks. Yeah, sometimes Randy K would watch a little porn while he was at work.
Back to Dr. Ruth. Go ahead.
All right. I hope that every time you make love, before that, you are going to watch some explicit sexual movie. Close your bedroom door. Don't let the children watch. And then I have something else to tell you. Get your wife to buy the 3 volumes of Shades of Grey. Let her read it first.
No.
Then you read it. And you can't let boredom be in your bedroom. Kick boredom out of your bedroom. Don't worry about being normal. Don't worry that you are not exactly like your neighbor. Do the best you can for yourself, for your partner, and then you are going to raise healthy, happy children who will be sexually literate.
As long as you don't share partners and do cocaine, because that is proven that that's a good way to turn 8 kids in your house into 0 pretty fast.
If sex has become a routine, make sure you go and see a sex therapist, somebody who can help you to spruce up and make your sex life better. Looking outside is never going to work.
So don't go out and touch grass.
You hear that, Aaron? You fucking idiot. That's what she should have said. Oops. Did Dr. Ruth just chew my ass from beyond the grave?
Kind of.
I think she did.
In a way, you tried that approach not once but twice.
I did. It didn't work out
and
well.
How did it work out both times for you, sonny boy?
Divorce. Both times divorce.
Shit.
Infidelity in both of my marriages led to divorce.
I feel like Aaron's just now. I just picture Aaron holding the rings in his hand, just going, "Learn from me."
Well, and here's my thing. Like I said before Gino and Keanu tried to talk me out of it and tried to gaslight me out of it. Like I fell in love with another woman, and that woman said she fell in love with me too. It gets too messy. It's like, yeah, she fell in love with me, but she also had this husband and 5 kids, and what are you going to do? Run off and have it? No. But the problem is you fell in love with this other woman, and then you're looking at this other person going, I don't like what you've become. You frustrate me, and I don't like it. And then this other woman, you love them, and they love you, but you're both I think we both use the words at different times, unsustainable. And it's uh-oh, now what? So I believe that's why Dr. Ruth said the following.
Looking outside is never going to work in the long run.
Whoopsie daisy.
See, I just took that as be agoraphobic.
Oh, I took it as be xenophobic. Flinty Gecko. Oh, she didn't say don't ever go outside your race. I'm sorry.
Race war. Didn't we want to do that?
Didn't we always talk about wanting to do that? Race war? Flinty Gecko with $2 says the bike is better than I am. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I do hope you're okay. We're just making some jokes at your expense, of course. Flinty Gecko also becoming a Steel Toe Bro, becoming a member. Thank you very much. Those memberships help us a lot. And also a big thank you to Adam for another $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. Hey, guys, guess what? We're only $95 away from today's goal. And we've got, 15 minutes before we got to start begging you for money. So, hey, how about you knock out 95 and call it another win for the toe, raise our streak up to 11, and get us off to a good start on a Monday. You guys have been, I got to say, Johnny, nice and easy all day.
Yeah, you guys have been awesome. It's been great.
Pretty great. Also, Richard Simmons died over the weekend. That's too bad, because I thought maybe before he died he would make some kind of comeback to life, because he was hiding. He was in hiding for the longest time.
And the whole movie thing with Pauly Shore, and Pauly really wanted him to be part of it or whatever.
Yeah.
And he was kind of staying out of it. I'm guessing now because his age was not, or his health was not going well.
Well, yeah, he was 76 years old. So he made it a while, but not as long as a guy with, who did fitness for a living maybe should be. But let's
celebrate
take a
the life of fitness icon Richard Simmons, who died yesterday
at the age of 76. Chris Connolly joins us.
This kind of feels weird. This feels like when bullies bully a kid and then that kid K's himself, and then the next day at school, everyone's like wearing black armbands for the kid. They're like, oh, we feel so bad for him. Like, all of these people made fun of Richard Simmons, and they giggled at him and, you know, all that shit. Uh-oh. You're going to have to call back. For some reason, oh, there we go. All right. We've got a caller real quick before we go into the Richard Simmons thing. Go ahead, sir. It's very important.
Yeah, Aaron, this is the Arista Cox crisis team. And normally we wait for you to call us, but we're reaching out because we're watching, and a failed marriage, a failed polycule relationship, and then Richard Simmons dying. So you have got to be spiraling right now, and I just want you to know that there are resources available. You can reach out. Just don't hurt yourself.
Thank you.
I know what Richard Simmons meant to you.
Yeah.
I know that you grew up with his poster on the wall and above your bed.
Yeah.
And you, in high school, you dressed like Richard Simmons with the short shorts and the little tank top.
Yeah.
Anyway, you're going to get through this. I just want you to know that there are resources available, and we've got your back.
Thank you, and that's so sweet. And the Aristocox, of course, are known for their compassion, and I do appreciate you guys reaching out. And it is a tough time, and if I need anything, I will reach out to you guys first.
Okay.
Right.
What I recommend you do is after the show, put on your little tank top, maybe a headband, and just sweat to the oldies.
All right, I will do that.
Let's
Thank
honor
you
him.
again so much for the help.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, bye. Thank God the Aristocox are looking out for me. I appreciate that. But no, as I was saying, like, the media, like, fawning over Richard Simmons is so weird because they all, like, goofed on him and made fun of him and laughed at what a kind of a...
Yeah, a fruit.
Girly, yeah, a fruit. Yeah, what a fruit. Thank you, Johnny. A fruit. What a fruit he was. And they always, like, basically... Didn't it always seem whenever he was on TV, there was always a wink and a nod between the cool kids at the table that they were making fun of the fruit?
Kind of, yeah. But I mean, like, as shitty as that is, he also, like, he inspired a bunch of other fat people with his strange and fruity ways to be less fat. So, I mean, it's
and
like,
be,
it was
and
a
be
noble
fruitier.
thing. Yeah. He let your freak flag fly. I mean,
yeah, Richard Simmons was kind of the OG of letting your freak flag fly. I mean, Letterman was the worst. Letterman would, like, openly mock him. He would ask him if he had a girlfriend and shit. Like, just openly just be a piece of shit to him.
Now with more. Good morning to you, Chris.
Good morning to you, Robin. Beloved by millions as the self-described court jester.
Is that the fucking MTV VJ? Oh, I thought that was Kurt Loder for a second.
No.
I was like, Jesus, how
Good
old
God,
is Kurt
no.
Loder?
Of American fitness, Richard Simmons entertained millions and improved people's health by bringing exercise a buzz of pure delight. Richard Simmons was America's most popular and irrepressible fitness
Were there like actual dance moves he did, or did he just prance around while music played?
I thought he just kind of like just kept himself being like active. It wasn't like, I don't remember it being like choreographed dancing.
Yeah, he just fucking just keep moving. I get it.
Advocate, an energizer bunny of ceaseless encouragement. From his high-energy videos, like Sweatin' to the Oldies, and his mile-a-minute infomercials, to the wild effervescence of his many talk show appearances. Simmons built a business empire and became a buzzed-about celebrity by bringing passion and pizzazz to the weary weight loss workout. His brother Lenny recalling Richard Simmons' caring nature.
He made people laugh. He made people feel good about themselves. He made exercise fun, even for me. And that's what my brother, we called him Dickie, did for people.
Richard Simmons' concern for the health.
He was so straight.
Yeah.
He was
the worst part is I'm watching this and I'm like, holy fuck. If he just gains a little weight in the face, Pauly Shore will be a dead fucking ringer for this role.
Pauly Shore was born to play Richard Simmons. But you know, the thing is about Richard Simmons is like, we're jaded now in the internet age, but you look at a guy like him and you go, maybe that's how we should be. Like, maybe we should all
No,
be-
that's totally. If we were a decent society, we would all revere Richard Simmons as just this because, like, I mean, yeah, was he flaming? Yeah, dude, like in a play, he'd be Tinkerbell if you catch my drift.
Sure.
But I mean, like, fucking that wasn't what he did. It wasn't who he was. It wasn't part of his lifestyle. He was just a person who, in the end, wanted people to be healthier, and he had fun with it. It was just that's all
and he
it
was positively thrilled about it, and he was happy, and he was positive, and he never talked shit about anybody. But yet, because we live in this postmodern age where everyone's a cunt, it's Richard Simmons, like you and I, we're just making fruit jokes right away. We're no better. Like this, like this guy's the best of us. This guy is who everybody should be, just prancing around like a fruitcake, loving everything, being positive, being awesome. That's the thing about the internet. It's filled with negative people. And so like people who are really, really positive, which is the way you should be, and it'll make you healthier. These other people can't do that. So they just attack it immediately because they don't want to be reminded of their inability to be happy. But it's like, everybody should be like Richard Simmons, oddly enough. He's the best of us, and we just rejected him because we're all snarky and cunty.
Of his public was very real, born of his 250-pound teenage years in New Orleans.
What was the craziest thing you ever did to try to lose some weight?
I did many things. Diet pills in elementary school, throwing up 4 or 5 times a day.
Why didn't you like yourself when you were young?
You know, I was so different, it seemed, from everybody else.
His advocacy on behalf of kids' self-esteem, even leading him to testify before Congress years ago.
I do not want any child in America to have my childhood because it was taken away from me because I just wasn't good enough.
I wanted to...
He's just a fucking really good guy.
Right.
Who gives a lot of shits about a lot of people that he doesn't even fucking know. People that probably laughed at him.
I just realized, aside from Pauly Shore, Sigourney Weaver could also play a really
God
good...
damn it. We're trying to talk about how this guy was the best of us and he was a decent guy who You're living proof why we don't deserve Richard Simmons.
I'm seeing his face.
God
and,
damn it.
Just let her go, you son of a bitch. Like,
son of
fucking
motherfucker. I'm trying to have a heartfelt moment where I say, we missed it with this man. He's good. He's the best of us. He's a decent dude. And here you are just going, Sigourney Weaver could play him. And of course she should. Of course it looks perfectly as I see it on my screen. But what I'm trying to say is in this jaded, shitty, cunty internet age, Richard Simmons
I don't believe in no ghosts.
He gave a fuck about people who would have never given a shit about him. And he's a better human being than all of us. And how dare any of us make fun of him. And yes, Sigourney Weaver would have been a fucking dead ringer to play him in a movie. You piece of shit. Just drag us right back down to where we belong. Motherfucker.
Make sure that they knew the other side of Richard Simmons. And I put a suit on him.
It'd be funny. It'd be funny the part that crushes pussy. He's just like, I fucked whores all the time.
I went to Washington. And people told me I looked good. And that I sounded good and I made sense. And that's going to be my legacy for the rest of my life.
Richard Simmons died at his home in Los Angeles on Saturday, the day after he turned 76.
And he kind of looked like Leo Sayer, but that's a story for another day. Fucking hell,
What did
Richard.
he die of?
I don't know. Well, he was kind of a recluse at the end, so we don't really know what was up with him. Did he have some kind of cancer and he stayed away? We don't really know. Wild Card becoming a member for 25 months. Thank you. Mindy Lee becoming a member for 23 months. Awesome. Hey, boys and girls, we've got about 8 minutes left, and we are $95 away from today's goal. There's all the links in the chat. If you want to contribute, let's throw into that PayPal. Let's do Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Venmo, etc. Knock out that last 95, and we'll call it another win for the toe. We'll extend our streak to 11. and we'll be ready for tonight's show. I appreciate it, guys. Another person writes in, we know, Aaron, you're gay and you want to prance around like a little fairy. You want to be Nick Swardson in I Now Pronounce You Chuck and Larry. It's not true. It's not true, and it's also terribly hurtful. We got to talk about Shannon. Shannon Doherty died at 53. She had breast cancer.
No.
I thought she was dead already.
Yeah, I know she had breast cancer. I did know she wasn't dead already.
Oh.
I was really hoping that breast cancer thing meant I could get her off of the Bang'em list.
Get her on the cheap, as they say.
Yeah, dude. Like, I mean, like I don't care. I'll still take cancer-ridden Shannon Doherty. Like, Charmed will be playing in my head, so it'll be fine.
Chucky B with $9.99 super chat says it may have already been mentioned, but he was a treasure on the Stern Show. You know what? For overtime, we'll do some Richard Simmons on Stern and Letterman. That could be kind of fun. He had some great appearances on both those shows. But we got to knock out that $90 first. Thank you, Chucky B. I appreciate your generosity, buddy. $90 is our number for today, and we got to knock that out in the next 8 minutes. My dad was fat and lived longer than Richard, says Chevy fan. Yeah, now's the time to say something like that, for sure. And also, in celebrity deaths, Super Bowl champion Jacoby Jones died at the age of 40 this weekend as well. Former Baltimore Raven, won a Super Bowl back in, I think, like 2012, I think, with the Joe Flacco-led Baltimore Ravens. Doesn't say what he died of. Died peacefully at his home. Doesn't say anything about cancer or diseases or anything else. So obviously we're all going to ask, was he fucking vaccinated? So yeah.
Was he fucking?
Was he fucking or was he vaccinated? One of the two.
Monkeypox.
Can't rule it out, can you? It's always the dark horse.
It's always sneaking in the back door.
Yeah, always that monkeypox, always with the back door. That goddamn monkeypox. Well, I tell you what, guys, we are $90 away from today's goal. We do have to knock that out before we go any further today. So if you'd like to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats, etc. We did have breaking news today that Trump's files case has been dismissed. And he's going to be announcing his vice presidential pick today. So we got a lot of Trump news for you today. Holy shit. But right now, we've got 5 minutes to go until it's all over, or we do overtime. $90 away. Everybody band together. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. There's $5 from Honky. He says Jenny Garth was greater than Shannon Doherty. Wasn't Doherty's boyfriend the one who made the sex tape with Paris Hilton? I don't remember. Rick Solomon, I think, was the guy's name. It's sad that I remember that. But yeah, that was his name. So if that's the guy, then yes. $85 away from today's goal. So there we go. The rally has begun, and it's been started by Honky. $5 in, 5 minutes away. Start the clock right now. 5 minutes left. $85 until we either knock out today's goal or we end at 10 o'clock and we call it an L for the toe. Let's get into that PayPal, Streamlabs, and etc. Never forget when Sal prank called Richard Simmons. We could play that on today's show.
But yeah, Honky, it's not about who's better on that. It's about getting all three of the Charm sisters. Like hit all three.
Okay. What about 4? Does Rose McGowan count?
I suppose.
Was she the one who filled in for Shannon Doherty? Yeah, it was Rose
so.
McGowan. Honky says J.D. Vance for VP. Has that been confirmed? You guys get on that $85, and I'll look up the J.D. Vance thing. VP frontrunner J.D. Vance. What Republicans are really... J.D. Vance needs to look at himself. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it hasn't been announced yet who the running mate's going to be. But in the meantime, Steel Toe's got to knock out $80 or we are fucked for today. 4 minutes to go, guys. Off we go. Who's going to throw into that PayPal? Who's going to launch the Super Chats? Chucky B and Honky started the rally. Let's keep it going. Honestly, 5-10 at a time from a bunch of you. That'll knock it out, no problem. We get inside 50, we owe you. But why don't we just knock her down to 0 to get the show off to a great start on a Monday? 3.5 minutes to go. All of the links are in the chat. Rally started. Let's keep it going. Thank you to everybody who has contributed thus far today. And if we could push just a little bit further, we're going to have this thing all knocked out. A little over 3 minutes left on the clock. You guys have been knocking it down all day. You've actually been staying ahead of this goal really well. So finishing it off just seems like the next normal step. Coming up, we can watch some Richard Simmons stuff. We got Jerry Rice telling a reporter that he will fuck him up. I can't wait to watch that. Harrison Butker got into it with the Williams sisters at the ESPYs, which I guess, a kicker and some girl tennis players, couple of chick athletes just catfighting each other. Chevy fan with $2 says, what if Trump's VP pick is Mike Tyson and then Tyson bites his other ear off? That would be an unfortunate choice. Right now, we're $85 away, and we're 2.5 minutes away from losing, from getting an L for the toe. Uh-oh. Our streak is at 10. That's not a very long streak by our standards. I'd really like to keep going today. We've got plenty of stuff to talk about, and we've got a little over 2 minutes left to get inside of $50 and get down to 0. So if you could help out, this show does run on your donations. We're not a big enough show to run on ad revenue and sponsors and things like that. So if you like what we're doing, it's a very special kind of show. The audience decides if it gets kept alive or not. That's how we play it day to day. 2 minutes to go, $85 away, and now I'm just babbling and repeating myself as I squirm uncomfortably in my chair, as I really thought we kind of had this was a fait accompli today, and now we've totally frozen up. I will
say, as a sadist, this is amusing me greatly.
Thank you. I appreciate that. A minute and a half
to
go.
Bitch.
One person writes, knock, knock, and throws in $15. Who's there? I say back to you. Now we're down to $70. You guys have got this. $70 is just torture. That's just silliness. You can knock out 70. You've got a minute and 15 seconds to do it. And then we go to overtime. Oh my God. I'm not going to lie. Fucking killing me right now. Don't let us lose, guys. We've got 1 minute left. We're only $70 away. This can be done. Everybody chip in together. It can't just, come on. There's got to be 6, 7 of you that can knock this thing out today. Holy shit. 45 seconds to go. J-Bra says, Holyfield for VP, the damaged ear ticket, 24. Yeah. Well, right now I'm trying to get our damaged goal into a serviceable spot so that we don't have to get out of here in 30 seconds. Oh, my God. $5 from Jay Warren says, get yourself something nice at Menards. $65 away. We're so agonizingly close, I should say. 15 seconds to go. $65 away for today. You have got
value of a steel toe show at Menards.
You have got to be fucking shitting me.
Crazy smile.
All right, guys, we got 15 seconds left. Let's see if we can do it. 65 is the number. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mizzle-T Shizzle with $5 says Aaron's gay. That gets us down to 60. We'll do a quick refresh of everything here and see if we got there. I don't think we did. We might have missed by 60 today and taken an L. 60, not too bad. Not the end of the world in exchange for a half hour off. Just depends on how this refresh goes. Nope. We're good. We're done. That's it for today. Missed by 60. So we're going to, hold on. We're going to restart the streak. I'll do it after the show. Fuck it. Wow, we start today with an L after kind of being strong all show long. That really eats a fat cock. Well, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
It's not your first one.
Johnny, you've got a show this afternoon?
Yes, I'm on Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube. Or on YouTube, you can just search Johnny K, and I will be live at 2 p.m.
All right, well, I got a lot of shit saved up for tonight because there's a half hour I didn't have to do today. Take it easy. Talk to you again soon. 7 o'clock tonight, Matt and I will be live. Later, everybody.